There we go. There we go. There we go. Woohoo! What's up? Sorry, motherfuckers. Like you said, I have to be 15 minutes late before you can, before you're legally allowed to unsub from my channel. Hello. How y'all doing? I don't know why I look this way. I have chat right here below the camera. All right. We have several people to talk to today. First off, we're talking to, a guy. What happened to Blob Dance? Oh my god, what happened to Blob Dance? Oh my god. Sorry guys, that's just too powerful for chat. If you hadn't informed me, I wouldn't be doing this, but now that you have, I'll be removing it. We'll bring it back, don't worry. Let's see. Blob dance, blob dance, blob dance, blob dance, blob dance, blob dance. Potato. Clang gang. Where is blob dance? There it is. Blob dance. Yeah, it is. It is fucked. Oh, wait. No, yeah, it is absolutely fucked. Well, Blob Dance is a comedy mode. We can fix that. And build chat. And refresh chat. And you all, yep, are going to get kicked out for a hot second. But you'll be back, don't worry. And it's only the chat. God, I need a haircut. Look at this nonsense right here. Jesus Christ. Whew. Whew. You know how it is. All right, there we go. Let me refresh my my end. There we go. Rest in peace, Blob Dance. We'll bring you back, okay? Listen. You'll be back. Hello, folks. God, these protein bars are gonna be the fucking death of me. Oh, God. Whew. Wow. Anyway, yeah, we're actually opening the stream today with a Bernie or Bust debate. Vosh, here's a little Fuentes before you start your politics memes. Yeah, sure. We can start our day with a little bit of Fuentes. We can kick it up into high gear. I had a dream. Hold on.
All right. Yeah, I listened to that. The problem with that Claro song is she the one that sings that Pretty Girl song? I like that song. But the problem is the lyrics are kind of gay, you know. The song, it says, I could be a pretty girl. And I always hesitate to play that song, like, in public, because it's like, are people going to think I'm trans? Are people going to think there's, like, a Buffalo Bill thing going on? You know, because it's like, I'm going to wear a skirt, I'm a pretty girl. And it's like, sometimes I play that song when I'm gaming, you know, and I'm playing Civ 5. It's a good song, but I don't want to, like, blast that from my car. So I put on the Nibba music. I put on black music, you know, to remind everybody that I'm a hard-hitting Nibba, right?
Thank you, Hans Flemmenwerfer, for keeping us in the know. Oh man, you know what's funny? But this is actually such a strong indictment of toxic masculinity. I know it's a little passé to mention this with regards to Nick Fuentes, a literal Nazi, but to be like, I really like this song, but when I play it in public, it makes me insecure. So I have to play other music so people think I'm strong. You know, like, goddamn. Whew. You got to be proud of the shit you're blasting, okay? Listen, the world would be a better place if we were all a little bit more comfortable blasting music that's not currently top 40, okay? That's what I'm saying. I'm tired of going out in public and everyone's playing the latest jams. And you know what? I bet they all wish they were playing something different, but they're like, oh, I'm in public. Oh, I only got to play the most socially acceptable music right now. But I know deep down in their heart, they wish they were listening to, I don't know, the Mononoke soundtrack, okay? Yeah, the Mononoke OST. Yeah, the Helltaker OST. They wish they were listening to the Doom OST, the Doom 2016 or the Doom Eternal OST. Both of which slapped very hard, as a matter of fact. Proving metal is not dead. Did you see the Ben Burgess video about you? No, I did not. Let's take a look. I think I may have been a little bit too... That's Ben Burgin with 6 subscribers. I think I may have been a little bit too charitable to Burgess when I had him on. Not charitable, that's the wrong word. I don't think I did a very good job arguing the points. Oh, you don't mean Ben Burgess. You mean Zero Books. You mean the Zero Books video. Yeah. Vosh and allegations of class reductionism. And it's got like a spooky thumbnail of me. Look. See? Pretty spooky. Yeah, so white. They had to make me look whiter to make me look more menacing. Didn't Zero Books literally make a video about being a class reductionist? Well, people who don't understand anything that well think that class reductionism is just a pejorative term for what is essentially orthodox Marxism, which is not the truth, not in any shape or form the truth. There's nothing incompatible at all between intersectionality and Marxism, like literally nothing whatsoever. You can believe in historical materialism. You can believe that the history of man is a history of class conflict. You can believe that it is not the manifestation of our ideas, but rather the resolution of conflicts between our material positions that define how society progresses. And you can also believe, in addition to all of that, that, like, I don't know, being trans is harder than being cis because of how people treat you and stuff, you know? Or being black's a little harder than being white. Even outside of material conditions, you know? These aren't incompatible in any way, shape, or form. Because even in the... I've said this before, but I don't like the idea... I don't like the idea that people call, like, race and gender, like non-material or identity-based stuff. I don't like the idea of people like regarding race as non-material, you know? Because the reality of racial oppression is every bit as material and every bit as dictated by material circumstances as anything class-related. It just seems like a way of like delegitimizing non-class-based claims. Anyway, we're getting boring in here. Let's do a fucking Bernie or bust debate. Did you see Cuck Philosophy's thread on not voting Biden? Feels like at this point, if socialism means to people not doing anything that isn't a complete overhaul of our entire economic structure, it feels useless and may need some rebranding. What is this? It's like pains to me, like I'm holding my forehead in pain. The emote could probably use a little bit of photoshopping to exacerbate the emotion intended. Yeah, Bernie or bust, you know, pain, not like this. Anyway, yeah, I feel like to a lot of people, socialism just means like doing nothing and being smug while the world ends, which isn't my brand of socialism. It's not what I'm interested in doing. But that's okay. We're gonna build it back better, just like the founder of Voshism socialism, yeah, Joe Biden, you know, our leader. We're going to build socialism back better. Okay, that's what we're gonna do. Make socialism great again. Absolutely. All right, let's do this shit. I'm going to try and be calm for this one. I can't usually stay calm for these debates because I've had them so many times. I feel like I'm running through a dialogue tree, but I'm gonna try my best. Yeah, anarcho-Bidenism is the way forward. I had a dream last night. Maybe this is why I'm grumpy right now. I had a dream last night where I got to go on Joe Rogan, and I got, like, an insane bump in attention, and it actually went really, really well. Like, I went on Joe Rogan, and I was funny, and I was charming, and we talked about all the shit that I've flung his way from my tiny YouTube channel in comparison, and we played it off, and it was funny, you know, and then I got back, and I had, like, 300, 400K subs, and I'm like, yeah, we're gonna do it. We're gonna reach even more people. And then I woke up and none of that happened. And I woke up and none of that happened. And in addition to none of that happening, Joe Rogan, so this is some actual good news, has deleted like 40 or so of his episodes where he talked mostly with right-leaning people. He's moving over to Spotify, right? It's Spotify, right? I think, yeah, it's Spotify. He's moving over to Spotify. Because he got like $1 bajillion. and he's going to, I think in November, delete all of his YouTube content, and it's just going to be on Spotify. And on the new Spotify page that he has, he doesn't have any of these episodes, any of these like 40 or so episodes from Conservatives. On the YouTube channel, he still does, but that's all going to be deleted soon. Yeah, the Amazing Atheist managed to make the Spotify cut, which is pretty nice. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty cool. Which means that come November, officially speaking, Sargon of Akkad will have been in exactly as many episodes of the Joe Rogan Experience as me. So we're on even playing fields. Same with Stefan Molyneux, same with Owen Benjamin, same with yeah. I actually want to go over. Wait, hold on. I want to go over which one because I don't actually recognize everyone. Yeah, look at this. Joe Rogan's podcast is moving to Spotify after signing a $100 million deal as fans are not happy with which episodes are being left behind. Yeah, I don't recognize all these people. Maybe you could help me out. So, Owen Smith, recognize that. Chris D'Elia, do we know who that is? I know Tommy Chong. We got Alex Jones here, of course, Michaela Peterson. He's a pedophile comedian. Interesting. We've got 3 Owen Benjamins here. Here's another Chris D'Elia. Sargon, Gavin McGinnis. Nice. Alex Jones, Milo Yiannopoulos again, Gavin McGinnis again. Man, he has these people on a lot. Oh yeah, Gavin McGinnis is 100% going to call Joe Rogan a Jew when this all gets deleted. I don't recognize all these people. I don't know Nick Kroll. Stefan Molyneux again. David Seaman. Luis Theroux. Interesting. War Machine. Isn't War Machine that like MMA fighter who like brags on Instagram about beating his girlfriends or something like that? I have a very vague memory of somebody called War Machine, you know? He's like, yeah, bro, just took a couple of quick shots to her left eye. That's gonna leave him. Or something. Like, he's like really fucking weird. Yeah. Where is chat? Oh, sorry, guys. I guess I need to refresh chat since I rebuilt the site. There you go. Isn't that a Marvel villain? No, War Machine is actually a Marvel hero, I think. War Machine is like the, I think he's like the black guy, and he was friends with Tony Stark, and Tony Stark built another suit, I think. I think he's the good guy. I don't know. Okay, wait. Debate. That's right. We're keeping somebody waiting. Hello?
Yeah, sorry about that. I needed an update. I didn't even know. So it wasn't reading my camera.
Yeah, no worries. Wait, you can hear me proper, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Okay. Yeah, introduce yourself to the stream and then we'll get started, I guess.
My name's Nico House. I am an activist and a broadcast journalist, and I've been a surrogate for Tulsi Gabbard, Jill Stein. I was the former acting state director of North Carolina for Bernie Sanders' campaign in 2016, and I also started the largest Bernie Sanders organization in the country in 2016. So yeah, that's the gist of it.
Nice. All right. Well, I'd say that's pretty good work. Yeah. Do you want to present your disagreement with me? I have to warn you, I've had this conversation quite a fean times, and it ends poorly with near ubiquitous consistency. So we'll have to see how this goes this time.
Well, don't worry, because I'm in the same boat, so it's cool. So we'll see how this one goes. But essentially, there have been people reaching out to me. You had a debate with a friend of mine recently, and
it wasn't
so
socialism,
everybody kind of like,
was it?
Yeah. And so I didn't get a chance to watch all of it because people were actually suggesting that debate because of the disagreement that you have on basically whether or not people should vote for Biden. Is that truly the lesser of two evils here? And so I'm arguing that Biden is not the lesser of two evils, and that it is actually the more progressive stance and productive stance to actually not vote for Biden instead of focusing on down ballot races and activism to challenge whoever happens to win in 2020.
If you don't think that Biden is the lesser of two evils, why wouldn't you vote for Trump?
Why wouldn't I vote Trump? Because I don't support Trump. Sorry about that.
Do you think Trump is the lesser of two evils?
Not necessarily.
So you
I
think
think
they're
they're
exactly
almost
bad?
they're no, I don't think they're exactly as bad, but I think that Biden's presidency could be marginally worse for a plethora of reasons. I mean, basically, you're debating should I vote for? I'm popular today. Sorry about that.
No worries.
But basically, you're debating should I vote for neo-fascism or civility fascism? And the only difference is with neo-fascism, at least we know it exists because, well, when we're looking at Trump, he's about as loud as he can possibly be. He telegraphs all his plays. And so the things that have been happening under Obama, we actually have attention brought to it under Trump. Whereas with civility fascism, which is what we saw with the Obama administration and what Joe Biden has engaged in really since the existence of his entire career, is when you are pushing for fascism, you have supported fascism, but because of what the left, or at least Democrats, may perceive as the lesser of two evils or the greater good at the time, people tell you not to talk about it, not to discuss it, so it never gets addressed. And it becomes a cyclical issue.
What is civility fascism?
So, for example, despite his son being, dying of cancer, Joe Biden immediately after his son died used his leverage as vice president to threaten countries around the world for considering lowering their cancer drug costs.
That's neoliberalism.
And he threatened them with sanctions.
Fascism.
No. Using your authority and using the fear of sanctions, because we all know that there's no such thing as targeted sanctions. Sanctions harm the poorest people of any given nation. If any, in understanding the world's, understanding our influence on the world as the biggest and the most fierce hegemony in the country, in the world, then you're of course you're going to abide by whatever Joe Biden as the vice president of the United States with that type of executive power.
I agree that's bad, but that's just the soft power that that neo-imperialist capitalist countries use. That's not necessarily fascism. You could conceivably have a social democracy that engages in the exact same behavior. Doesn't mean it's good. I'm not defending it. Just fascism.
No. But you're talking about a decision that was almost made unilaterally by Joe Biden as an executive. And using fear in order to make a decision like that could affect
Joe Biden
millions
has
of
never
people.
been the leader of the executive branch, and even if he was,
but he is an executive.
Even if he was the president, that wouldn't make it fascism. It's the right of the president.
What definition are you using? No. Okay, so that's an authoritarian argument. Authoritarians can make the argument all day that they have the legal authority to do whatever the hell they want. That does not make them less authoritarian. But authoritarianism is usually inherent in fascism and vice versa.
Authoritarianism is inherent in any system that has a president. Anytime we submit ourselves to the will of a state, we're necessarily submitting ourselves to an authoritarian system. One of the issues that I have with Bernie or Busters
that doesn't really change anything I just said, though. That doesn't really address anything.
One of the issues
I'm glad you have your own
wait, my dude. I just let you go on. It's not my
philosophical
definition. It's the definition of fascism. So I let you go off for a bit. Hold on.
What is it? What are you defining as? What are you defining as fascism? Because you didn't say the definition of fascism. What is the definition you're presenting as fascism?
One of the big issues that I have with Bernie or Busters is I feel they're categorically incapable of differentiating between liberalism and fascism. The reason this bothers me is because this is the exact same mistake that the communists made in Germany before the takeover of the Nazis. They were unable to differentiate between the social democrats, who they labeled as social fascists, because fundamentally liberalism leads to fascism, and I agree with that for the most part, and the actual open fascists at the time. And their mistake, along with some other tactical decisions they made at the time that ended up backfiring, enabled the rise of the Third Reich. So I'm very critical of people who will call people like Joe Biden a fascist when what he really is
What
a
what do you
fairly.
define as fascism?
I generally go by Umberto Eco's 14 points.
Okay, can you summarize them?
I mean, we can go through them. I don't think this is very material to the argument. We can argue the
No,
differences.
no, because you said the whole point of the whole critique is, oh, you can't define between liberalism and true fascism, and you said this is the definition of fascism.
What's your definition?
So if we're going to predicate our entire argument, well, no, you're the one who said that your definition was the definition of fascism. We're on your channel, and so I'm trying to get.
You opened this by saying Joe Biden was a fascist for levying sanctions.
And I get that, but you didn't accept my presentation. So now I'm trying to ask you, what do you consider to be the definition of fascism? Because you put that burden there.
I'm happy to talk about that.
If you want me to adhere to that.
I'm happy to talk about that.
But you said that's the definition. I just wanted a quick summary.
I'm very interested in your definition first because I don't think you know what fascism means. So I want you to attempt to define it to me before I give you the actual definition that I use.
Well, no, I'm not gonna. I'm going to let you define fascism because I just explained to you why I thought Joe Biden was a fascist, and you said that is not the definition of fascism. So I'm curious.
What is your definition?
The definition of fascism is.
What is your definition of fascism?
I already gave you what I believe to be fascistic examples of Joe Biden's nonsensical behavior as an authoritarian fascist asshole.
So
if you don't want to define fascism, then why would you then put the burden out there to make me adhere to some definition of fascism that you don't want to adhere to?
So when a president uses unilateral action, that is fascism?
That's not defined as. Why are you asking me if you have the definition?
Unilateral action to do something that hurts other people?
Not necessarily.
Okay. Then I'm struggling
we can go back and forth all day, or you can. Then there's nothing to struggle about, Vouch. Just answer what you consider to be the
sure. I can read off the 14 points if you want, but I know how the conversation is going to go from this point.
That way we have a whole.
Just wait.
What do you mean? Hold on.
So you know, wait. Just so you know, your unwillingness to define fascism when you opened by making the argument that Joe Biden is a fascist plays very poorly to my perception of your understanding of this issue. It makes you look like you have no idea what you're talking about.
But your perception of my understanding is irrelevant to me. Your perception of definitions of words are relevant to me for the sake of this debate. So can you introduce the definition? Because I was actually going to define what I believed to be the definition of fascism, but then you put the burden on yourself to say that my description.
Childish. Sure. Okay. Then give me 3 minutes and I'll read it out loud. Okay. This is literally like I was going to tell you, but then you made me mad. We could have a foundation to operate from. Wait, but I'm looking for your.
We could literally just have. No.
Wait. If I read this to you,
the definition.
If I read this to you, will you even understand what I'm arguing? Okay. Here, let's give it a shot.
Okay. Hold on. Double back. Vouch. Did I insult you? Have I insulted your intelligence at all?
I don't think I've done anything stupid yet, whereas you have. So I think it's warranted.
No. I can't vouch. Trust me, Mr. Anarcho-Bidenist. Clearly, there's one of us who doesn't know the definition of words, and it isn't me. So
what word do I not know the definition of? If you want to have a
genuine discussion,
wait, what word do I not know the definition of? If you want to have a
genuine discussion and debate about whether or not Biden is a lesser of two evils.
You say so much dumb shit, but you don't even address it. You just keep talking over me.
No.
Are you a troll?
If you want to have a genuine discussion, Vouch, then we can have a genuine discussion. Or we can gaslight each other and go back and forth.
So what's going to happen after I share the definition that I use, one that's been available for 70 years?
Then we're going to have a debate. Just give me the definition.
Okay, so you realize the definition.
Now you have to adhere to this definition.
So you realize the definition I'm going to provide doesn't describe Joe Biden as a fascist in the way that you did. So after I read this out loud, I want you to explain to me what your definition of fascism is, and then we can resolve the contradiction in our respective positions.
Read the damn definition.
Are you going to do? Wait, can you not even commit to that?
I'm going to commit to whatever position is best for me to commit to based off the definition you give.
Didn't
That's
know
how
what fascism
was
coming into this. You had no idea.
I didn't know what
you thought it meant authoritarian. Okay, you actually didn't know.
No. That's not what I said. So you nice try, but just define fascism. I don't know why we're having a 30-minute discussion.
Sure. Okay.
If it's right there.
All right. This is good.
That hard.
So the first point is the cult of tradition. The second point is the rejection of modernism. The third point is the cult of action for action's sake. The fourth point is disagreement is treason. The fifth point is fear of difference. The sixth point is appeal to social frustration. The seventh point is the obsession with a plot. The eighth point is the enemy is both strong and weak. Is there something funny? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, you're literally reading off. So
yeah. Wait, that's what you asked me to do.
No, oh yeah, no, and I'm actually very happy that you decided to do that.
You literally you begged me to do this.
I figured you were going to help substantiate my point, and that's why I'm laughing. Because if we just look at several of those points, just right off the bat, just basic analysis.
Yeah, wait, we can have wait. We're not done. Wait, we're not even done with the definition.
Oh, okay.
Also, wait, why are you you couldn't even provide a definition of fascism. You're in no position to laugh.
No, I could.
But you could. I
I'm
could. Yeah, like your girlfriend who goes to a different school who no one's ever seen. Yeah, your definition of fascism who goes to a different school district. Come on, dude.
Trust me, bro. Let's not talk about girlfriends. First of all, it's my wife. Second of all,
wait. We're not talking about.
You don't want to compare.
Excuse me.
We're not going to compare each other's love lives because Pamela, I understand you've been engaged to Pamela for quite some time, but
what the fuck are you talking about right now?
Yeah, exactly.
No, wait,
Continue.
no, actually, what the fuck are you talking about right now?
I'm talking about Pamela. You're not familiar with Pamela Henderson? I thought that y'all have been together for a long time.
Wait, did you think that my argument had anything to do with our girlfriends and that I wasn't making an analogy?
Are we going to actually Vouch,
why is every conversation with people like you the same? You actually can't engage in conversation.
People like you? What you mean people? Vouch, you started talking about girls from other schools, bro.
Yeah, as an example of how you can't provide a definition of fascism while claiming to have one. You actually can't understand analogies.
Okay, and I can't. That's an analogy. Oh, now you're changing definition of analogies too. All
yes.
Right. So anyway, continue.
Analogy.
So continue. That was a horrid analogy. Just go ahead and continue. Finish your definition so you can finish get roasted. Come on, continue.
It's actually extraordinary to me that every time I have this conversation... Wait.
Continue, Vouch. Just continue with the damn conversation. This is why I don't do these without moderators.
Why are you patronizing?
I'm going to need you. I'm going to need you to read the definition so we can have a discussion about politics. Okay. I'm not getting into this.
So I'm going to mute you. I'm going to mute you for a second because I'm actually trying.
I have better things to do.
Okay. Wait. Do you just want to go?
Can you read the definition?
Wait. Do you just want to go?
Can you read the definition?
Wait. So you realize that in a conversation,
so in other words,
you need to establish the terms of conversation. I have actually had debates with Nazis who are more rational than you.
50... Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
And
hold on, I'm gonna mute you. I'm gonna mute you for a hot second. Okay. So I'm just going to try to explain this to you. Okay. So far you have been insanely fucking hostile, and also you're not even engaging with the things that I say. You're running down a dialogue tree. We haven't even begun to discuss the actual issue. Like the thing you came on here to discuss, we haven't even started talking about yet. Now, I can read this out loud to you, and after I'm done with that, I want you to provide me your definition of fascism, and then we will see which one of these two candidates we have for potential presidents in 2020 better adheres to our respective definitions. But I know why you're avoiding sharing your definition with me, and I don't think it's rude of me to be irritated that you would make arguments that you know are wrong and then walk back from them without ever acknowledging you didn't know what you were talking about. I'm willing to defend anything I say in this discussion, but we have to arrive at the discussion before we can even engage in those defenses. Okay? You're unmuted. So I'm going to finish this.
Okay, you're just going to go on your little diatribe, and I'm going to finish what I have to say, and then you can go on to your definitions. First of all, Bausch, nobody's backed down from anything. I laughed, and you asked me why I laughed, because as you're providing me definitions, just a few that you've rattled off from your 14 points, I'm laughing because asked me to do. I could go on it. Do you want to let me finish talking or not?
Are you actually accusing me of interrupting you?
Okay, Vouch, are you going to let me finish discussing or not?
I'm just going to go back to muting you. So I'll finish reading these, and then you can talk. So point 9 is pacifism is tracking with the enemy. Then we have contempt for the weak. Then we have everybody is educated to become a hero. We have machismo and weaponry, selective populism, and then Urafascism Makes Newspeak. Now, obviously, these are just the titles. I don't know if you would be patient enough to allow me to read the descriptions of any of them, but we can talk about them point by point. Before we get to that, though, I would like you to either A, give me a definition of fascism you were using, or B, acknowledge you didn't have one and you thought fascism meant authoritarianism. Okay? So I'm going to unmute you. Wait. I'm going to unmute you, and then I want you to do one of those two things. Okay.
Okay, so let me be very clear about something. You don't dictate how I decide to engage in discourse. So there's one.
Wait, I
Two,
absolutely
I will-
do. Yeah.
I will
If you're dodging every question, I do.
No. First of all, I haven't dodged any questions. Second of all, you never let me finish answering the first question, which I'm still trying to answer, and I've been trying to answer for the last 10 minutes. So first, I will address your original rebuttal, which was nothing that I had said at that point about Joe Biden adhered to the definition, quote unquote, the definition of fascism. Based off of what you provided, that is ridiculous.
What is your definition of fascism?
That is utterly ridiculous.
So you're not going to tell me.
First of all, I'm going to give my definition of fascism as soon as I address everything that I said and then everything that you just said. Then I will define why I decided to use those examples.
How long do you expect that will take?
Oh, sweet baby Jesus. I don't know, Vouch. I'm on your time. What's up, man? What do you need from me?
Ideally,
did I
you could
complain?
provide your
You
definitions immediately.
It took you 30. Listen, Vouch. It took you 30 minutes for me to convince you to provide a definition that you put the burden to provide.
I put the burden on you.
You the one who said that we're
never going to discuss the actual issue
definition.
Here. Yeah, hold on.
Clearly, your intention was never really to discuss the issue.
Do you have any final words for the stream? We're literally 20 minutes in, and I actually can't talk about this.
So in other words, so hold on. So you realize that you couldn't actually debate me on Joe Biden.
You can't. Wait, we can't even get to the debate. We can't even get there.
Yeah, you're right.
You were so polite on Twitter. What happened?
You are. Trust me, Vouch, you haven't seen Not Polite yet. I'm still in polite mode.
What is this, like, trying to e-gangster? What the fuck are you talking about? I'm just trying to talk with you about my ideas.
Bro,
why are you acting like this?
E-gangster?
Yeah. You know, like keyboard warrior? Yeah.
Keyboard warrior?
Yeah.
Vouch, really?
Yeah.
You didn't have a lot of friends in high school.
Wait, you're not even responding. Again, you're not responding to anything I say.
You didn't have a lot of friends in high school, did you, Vouch?
What the fuck are you going on about?
You didn't have a lot of friends in high school. You didn't have a lot of friends in high school, did you? If you think that this is being rude, you're really sensitive, man.
I actually can't believe somebody like you engages in IRL activism. It's insane to me.
I bet you can.
Can I ask you an honest question? What was your perception of me before you came here? Because I have trouble imagining you're generally this stupid, and this is something you're reserving because you think you should be antagonistic.
I'm generally well, if you believe I'm generally stupid.
No, I literally just said you're not. Wait. I literally just said I don't think you're generally this stupid. Anything that I said in this
conversation is stupid.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. This conversation has been insanely stupid.
I mean, you haven't really addressed anything I've said. You've been dodging, which I expected you to do.
All right.
But basically,
holy shit! I can't believe it. There's nothing I can do with these people. It's literally not possible for me to talk to them. I know that guy is going to run immediately back to Twitter and talk about how I'm a pussy who backed out of that debate. That guy literally couldn't talk. The Bernie or Busters are worse to debate than any of the skeptics. I would actually rather debate Sargon. Yeah, he was worse than Socialism MMA. It's unbelievable. Who is Pamela Hands? It's a joke that you masturbate. That guy didn't respond to a single thing that I said. What a fucking clown. He's as evasive as a conservative? No, he's significantly worse. Was that even a conversation? I don't even know, dude. But of course, there are going to be people. Yeah, there are going to be people who are like, Vosh back that. But I don't even know how to talk to people like that. It's insane. Yeah, I feel I would need I need to be like a babysitter to learn how to talk to people like that. He was like high school tier insults. So like, wait, look at this guy. This guy is like an actual activist IRL. Now, the only explanation that I can think of, literally the only justification that I can think of for somebody behaving that way, the only thing I can imagine is that they're generally fine, but they know about my online reputation, so they think, oh, I've got to be super rough with this dude, you know? So it's Vosh derangement syndrome, essentially. But like, yeah, look at this guy. Like, yeah. First Drops in Politics, founder for the MCSC Network, host of Mikasa Sukasa, Tulsi 2020 Surrogate, United Left. Like this guy does like like actually does like activism and stuff like that. But this dude, that was wild. This guy is so fake and pedantic and his chat falls for it. I literally can't do anything with these people. I think this has to be my last Bernie or bust debate. Vosh, you weren't... Wait, hold on. I can't believe there are people who... Wait. Vosh, you weren't acting in good faith from the beginning. I do think a Bernie or bust movement triggers a visceral response to you and prevents you from acting in good faith. How did I not act in good faith? So to clarify, because people have said in the past that it's bad faith of me to ask the people I'm talking to clarify my terms, which again makes me feel like I'm talking with Nazis because that's the same shit that they pull. But just to clarify, okay, when we're trying to have an argument where we're trying to determine our respective ideas on a matter, okay, I need to know what definitions a person is working with. That guy opened by making the argument that Joe Biden was fascist for doing sanctions, which is not definable or reasonable. You know, or at least that doesn't adhere to any definition of fascism that I'm familiar with. I mean, it's not good. Again, I'm not defending it, but we need to be careful with our definitions. You kind of ad hominem him? No, not really. I only called him stupid after he had interrupted me like 20 times. That guy wouldn't respond to things that I actually said. You could have saved this by letting him talk after you muted him? No, I can't, because the first thing he said after I unmuted him was that he wasn't going to be answering any of the questions. Yeah, that guy feels like a Jimmy Dore. The optics-wise, that made you look like shit. Wait, I can't tell if I'm being gaslit right now. I actually can't believe that anyone here could believe that made me look like shit. I genuinely don't. I actually can't. But I don't know. Like, am I actually that far gone? Because to me, he looked fucking insane. Hold on. Yeah, okay. That guy, no. Yeah, I'm not being gaslit on that one. By their own definition, wouldn't Bernie Sanders be a fascist? That guy doesn't have a definition. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I think you're coming down with VDS, yeah. You tired to talk about a topic that bring it up again, but he kept going off topic a lot. Well, he didn't answer a single thing that I said. The only thing that made you look bad is a rage quit. What else was I supposed to do? Stay there forever? Like, just forever while he never answers anything? Like that, like, how long must I be locked into that nightmare world? Yeah, no. Jesus Christ. Destiny would go on for 2 hours with people like this. You got to develop some stupidity resistance, my man. I actually disagree. I think that guy was actually worse than any of the people I can remember Destiny debating, by a pretty wide margin as well. Destiny debates a lot of idiots, but that guy was an idiot, and he wouldn't let me talk, too. Like, so I can't even, it actually was a completely one-sided conversation. No bullshit? No bullshit would actually stop talking for a little bit. Tree of Life? Yeah, I think that was a Tree of Life tier conversation. No bullshit is significantly better than that guy. That was a Tree of Life tier conversation. A Tree of Logic, sorry, not Tree of Life. My apologies. Yeah. Yeah, when I criticized that guy for not responding to my points, and then he said that I masturbate a lot and that I had no friends in high school. Like, that guy was clearly not coming in for a real conversation. Coach Red Pill? Coach Red Pill was way better than that guy. He did a debate with Jangles against Borisenko and some other bitch. Oh, Jangles debated with him? I feel bad for Jangles. Jangles is pretty reasonable. Saying he's unhinged is ridiculous. He did bad after Vosh did ad homs in him. I mean, you can believe that, but like, I'm not gonna get fucking gaslit on this one, dude. The only time I've ever had to see you mute someone was with Socialism MMA, and this guy here, holy shit, the Nazis didn't force you to mute him. No, because the Nazis generally, by the way, one thing that I've noticed, by the way, it's the Bernier Busters, and I've noticed that it's always the fucking, like, super aggro dudes as well. Like, the people who are a little bit more calm and like discussing stuff, I can usually have a decent conversation with on Bernier Bust. But when these people build a platform off being, like, the real social, like the real cool dudes or whatever, what that actually means, they're super fucking emotionally immature and ass-pained. I don't think he got your sarcasm. I never made a sarcastic comment. I don't think I said anything sarcastic that entire conversation. Oh yeah, and he was snickering from the mic as well. Yeah, he was like snickering. It was like, well, he was like, read out your definition, read out your definition, read out your definition. And then I'm reading it, and he's like, like, holy shit, dude. The one thing that makes you look really bad was you kept saying you people. Nah, fuck that, dude. What are we, fucking woke scolds now? You people, like you crazy Bernier Busters, not fucking black people. Why would you, when I've had like multiple bad debates with Bernier Busters and I'm like, you people, and you're like, oh, you mean black people? Like, come on, that was a joke in Tropic Thunder. Like, what do you mean, you people? Like, that was a joke. That's such a stupid thing to say that it's a joke in a movie, you know? Like, Chad assuming they were black. Well, they were black, yeah. You're gonna get canceled for calling him a gangster? Yeah, maybe. Have you guys never heard the term, like, internet gangster before? Wait, have you guys really never heard the term internet gangster? You've never heard that before? Holy shit. Okay. Maybe this is like an age gap thing, or maybe I was just in a different community or something like that. It's like e-gangster, like, yeah, we're gonna fuck you up, you know? Poor wording? What? When did we become woke scolds? Make an Urban Dictionary post? Do I have to? E-gangster. It's already got one. Oof. Though the Urban Dictionary definition does not aid me in my optics game at all. Jesus Christ. An e-gangster is usually the type of idiot you find in real life using ebonics and wearing sloppy clothing. That's not what I was thinking. Jesus. Well. So, Vosh, I'm sorry, but that's objectively hilarious. Well, what are you going to do? Canceled again. Look at it? Wait, I just did look at it. What do you mean? Did you see Tree White Knighting Destiny? Yeah, it was pretty funny. All right, okay. Are we good? Did we do it? Did we get it out of our system? Viewers are ripping Nico apart. Yeah, hold on. I hate people like this. These people are, like, incredibly destructive to socialism. Yeah, well, now I feel bad because we don't have another fucking person to debate. Jesus Christ. I'd rather hear from Moppin again. Yeah, Moppin was quite a bit better faith, I think. This was the one you're thinking of, Internet Gangster? Oh, okay. Well, E and Internet are both synonymous when it comes to, like, prefixes. No more debates. But I didn't even get the fucking debate. I like debating people. I didn't even get an opportunity to debate. Like, we didn't even talk about anything. We just... that's so annoying. I didn't actually look at the tweet. I was just looking at the ratio. So Vosh rage quit the debate when he realized I actually knew Biden's real record. So right away, the tweet that he sent out proves that he's being dishonest because we didn't talk about Biden's real record. He mentioned what he literally mentioned one thing that Biden did, which I immediately challenged him on, and couldn't play the games he tries to play with everyone else he gaslights. Biden supporters are not just losing voters, but doing so in spectacular fashion. Wait. Biden's supporters are not just losing vote. First of all, Biden's supporters don't lose voters. Biden loses voters. Second of all, Biden supporters are not just losing voters, but doing so in spectacular fashion. So you were already a Biden voter? What? Wait, so like I convinced you? Yeah, people misuse gaslighting all the fucking time. Gaslighting does not, in this case, to him, gaslighting means disagreeing with him. But gaslighting does not mean lying. Check this out, the Humanist Report clip about Destiny's shit taking Kenosha. Oh, even the Humanist Report's talking about it? What's going on with Destiny? Did Hyena and Mods actually try to get him banned? No. That's like old drama, my dude.
But I mean, like, you would expect that from right-wing provocateurs like Keemstar, like Tucker Carlson. But of course, our enlightened centrists would do better, right? They would condemn this type of violence against protesters, even if they don't let rednecks have his blessing. If they want to mow down protesters, that's his language. I mean, even when Destiny started to like go off the rails and attack the left, attack people like Michael Brooks and Kyle Kalinske, I still thought, well, I mean, maybe there's some good left in him because he is really useful at de-radicalizing some of these right-wing people who like kind of get stuck in that alt-right pipeline on YouTube.
Yeah, what are you gonna do? Is he fuming? He's an anarcho-Bidenist who tries to debate the idea of Biden being the lesser of two evils. I don't really debate the idea of Biden being the lesser of two evils because if you unironically think he's not, you're already kind of a fucking idiot. If you unironically believe that Trump and Biden, just like in a general sense, represent the same threat to the country, you're a fucking moron and you're delusional. What he wasn't expecting is I actually knew of Biden's record both domestically and internationally. So he just gaslighted and called me an e-gangster. These people are so dishonest. Holy shit. All right. You did call him an e-gangster? Yeah, after he talked about what was the context of that? Didn't he say like if he met me in real life he could beat me up, or he said like that he's like cooler or something like that, you know? When you're having a debate with somebody and they move it over to you said he was acting tough. Oh yeah. Like you haven't seen Impolite yet. Dude, that shit is so fucking cringy, dude. When you're having a debate with somebody and you're acting kind of fucking rude and they're like, huh, you haven't even begin to see rude yet. Like, all right, dude. Okay, all right. Are we fucking children here? Yes. Well. Are we fucking children here? I don't know. Maybe that guy does fuck children. If I accused him of doing it, I'd be engaging in about the same level of good faith that he engaged in that conversation. All right. Verg Song, Alicium, thank you both very much for the tier 1 subs. Likewise with Meister Zeitlos, the tier 1 sub. Thank you very, very, very much. Yeah, even better, Faith. Mythaldo with the gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you. Michael with the tier 1 sub. Thank you. And Thano with the gifted. I really appreciate those, comrade. Mythaldo with the gifted tier 1 sub. Have the Trump campaign send you a free yard sign via the USPS. Tell all your friends too. Is this like some 8,000 IQ attempt to try to drain them of yard signs so they can't have real Trump supporters get them or something like that? Something along those lines. Zinil Hissa with the very, very kind tier 4 sub. Thank you, comrade. Fuck Biden, fuck fascism, fuck destiny. True! Fuck all those things. That's what I'm fucking saying. I really appreciate that, comrade. Also, dude, holy shit. I'm actually depressed. I'm never gonna have a good Bernie or bust discussion with anybody. I'm never gonna do it. All the people who want to discuss Bernie or bust with me are lunatics. I'm never, ever, ever going to do it. It's almost like it's an insane position, but it's one held by most of the online left. Like the actual left, you know? Leftist left. I should have just stayed for the content? Yeah, maybe. What, you think I should bring him back? Nah. Really? Chat wants you for an encore for the memes. There. Never let it be said I don't put myself through unimaginable suffering for your benefit. He probably won't respond, though. I wouldn't if I was in his position. Soda Bitch, the 556. Thank you, comrade. Sensual Sloth, the tier 1 sub. Thank you. Andy Nori with the incredibly kind 100 ARS. Thank you. How come you and Hassan don't get along? You're the only two streamers I watch, and it feels like you share the same views on most things. Anyway, greetings from Argentina. I don't think that Destiny and I... oh, boy. I don't think that Hassan and I don't get along. We just don't engage with each other that much. I mean, he's on Twitch. I'm on YouTube. We're on two completely different platforms. And what's more, we do essentially the same thing, which means that we're arguing over the same, like, viewer base, you know? Yeah, I have Destiny brain. Fucking rip! Yeah, scooting over a little bit. There we go. Singe the $5, sending some love your way from my deeply conspiratorial household, which is far enough down the rabbit hole that QAnon is a satanic deep state psyop. Holy shit. Can you imagine? Can you imagine, like, talking to your family about QAnon? They're like, you still believe that? And they're, and you're like, no, I don't believe in QAnon. Do you? And they're like, no, I would never fall for that CIA fucking trap to distract real patriots from the true pedophilic cabal that is destroying our country. You know, like, oh shit. Yeah, this guy came in here, like, hyper fucking triggered. Right, I feel bad I even asked my supporters to watch that. Lol, I mean, he did prove the point I was trying to make. I didn't expect him to act like that much of a child. I did expect the racist comments, though, lol. Jeez. Isn't it funny how all these super tough, like, big dick, class reductionist, Bernie or Busters fucking cry and run back to woke scolding the moment they get, like, they think they can get away with it, you know? Angie Speaks does the exact same thing. Angie Speaks has made an entire career making fun of liberal identity politics, but then she did a live stream crying about how Big Joel was a racist for saying she should go back to her hair doctor in a tweet thread where she said she was going to get her hair done soon. It's insane. Like, these people, they're like, oh yeah, liberal idpol. You even support fucking BLM? Don't you know that's lib shit? Huh, they don't even have a class element to their protests. And somebody, like anything, yeah. That thread was legitimately crazy. Yeah, dude, the online left is so fucked. I need to go deep psyop, okay? I need to become an omni-liberal. A mega-liberal, right there. And only recruit from the liberal communities. And then I'll return like a hero to the left when the time is needed, you know? I'll be like a 3 million sub liberal political commentator, like left liberal, you know, like Sam Cedar tier. And then the time has come, the revolution is happening, okay? And I'll take my mask off. 3 million subscribers, it's time, okay? We're doing it. And we all rise up. That's what we need to do. It'd be difficult for me. It'd be difficult for me too, though, because people in chat, there'd be people in chat who would be lefties, you know, and they'd be arguing with me. I'd be like, with a strong welfare state, there's nothing wrong with wage labor. And there are people in chat, and they're like, Vosh, don't you remember? Don't you remember? The tyranny of capitalism is not the boss, but the firm. Don't you remember? Wage labor is wrong. And I'm hovering over the block button. Tears streaming down my face. Vosh, come back, please. Okay, I'm sorry. I need to do the levity. I need to make the jokes because I actually get depressed when I debate people like that. It really fucks me up mentally, you know? Well, like I don't even know what oh God. It's so bad for my mental health. God, fuck me, dude. Remember when the people we argued with were right-leaning people? Remember when we were arguing with conservatives? And when the conservatives were fucking idiots, it was only funny because it didn't reflect in our movement? No wonder that... Oh, God. That guy's friends with Socialism MMA. I should have been prepped for this the fucking moment things started. Oh, God. Dalton cashed the $5. Just found a Nazi Clown World video that was uploaded on my birthday. Don't think anything's disgusted me more except for Canadians. True and valid, comrade. Thank you. Adam Flores, the very kind $10. Do you see the 2020s being a resurgence of the 1960s, or do you think the problems we have now are insurmountably greater than they were in the 1960s? I'm seeing a resurgence of the 1920s, honestly. We have like an unprecedented civil and economic collapse that's going alongside race riots and the rising tide of fascism. The 1960s was more about like, liberalism versus conservatism. This is about socialism versus fascism. And yeah, we're swinging hard. Strategist music. I have listened to the It Can Happen Here podcast, but yeah, I could do a segment on it, comrade. Thank you. Dunk Maymays, the very kind tier 2 sub. Thank you. What's your take on the prevalence of far-right or reactionary politics in meme cultures and subreddits like dank memes? Part of it is just edgy kids, but a lot of it is also, like, unironically, like, far-right adults trying to groom children. That's a big part of it. Steve Bannon literally talked about this being a strategy of his, you know? If you can get people hip to certain ideas from a young age through meme culture, where it's very difficult to substantively respond to criticism, you know? It's rough. The 1850s are a more apt comparison. Okay, now we're just going back too far. The 1850s, get out of here. Get out of here. 1850. Well, it's not even a real time. Come on. Arctic with a very kind tier 3 sub. Thank you. Resubbing because I was sick today, seeing that I was a white name again. Happy to hear you're back, comrade. Christian Reynolds with a very kind $20. Yo, Vosh, you're awesome, man. I appreciate your content a lot. You've really helped me refine my positions. Hope all is well. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. That's my favorite thing to be doing. Don't worry, we're going to be talking about that Trump interview. I got to move a little bit faster, I'm afraid. TJ Gamer and Casper Christiansen, thank you both very, very much for the $5. Vampires over werewolves, and yes, that's true. There's a disconnect between academic and popular discourse on this subject, that's for sure. Arcow with the $5, thank you very, very much, comrade. I do not know anything about Pierre Bourdieu. I'm afraid, but they have an aggressively French name, and I would probably not learn anything from them. One sec. Venomfly with the incredibly kind $5. Thank you. Thoughts optics are going to be bad in election night? Oh no. Dem group warns of apparent Trump election day landslide. Top Democratic data and analytics firm told it's highly likely that Trump will appear to have won, potentially in a landslide, on election night, even if he ultimately loses when all the votes are counted. Yep. There's a very high likelihood of that happening. That's one of the reasons why the fuckery with the USPS is so important. Even if you can't get rid of the ballots, delaying the processing of the ballots is incredibly helpful when it comes to the optics game of victory. Yeah. I've got to go back to arguing with conservatives, dude. Holy fucking shit. Angry Boar Baby, thank you for the tier 2 sub. Happy I can entertain you during the night shifts. Another Ancom thanks the tier 1 sub. Doing DoorDash, making 20 to 25 an hour, but I have to pay for gas and no benefits. I have not made an LLC yet, comrade. I promise I will eventually. It just sounds complicated and I'm very busy. LBG, thank you for compensating for the convo with the tier 1 sub. And Drumcorn Nut with the tier 1 sub. Gifted. Is this person supposed to be progressive? Why the fuck are so many people incapable of engaging with a remotely contentious conversation? Well, the real reason is because of Vosh derangement syndrome, and I'm not joking when I say that. That guy does not act that way to everybody he talks to. He acts that way with me. And the reason he acts that way with me is because he's heard a million little stories about how I'm a crazy fucking fake lefty who only wants to par up Biden, and I'm racist and transphobic and a pedophile probably. So when he comes on here, he doesn't have to try very hard. That's the thing. This is the exact same mistake that I made with Sargon in my first debate. I came in with so many preconceptions, so hyped up to talk to this big bad, that I ended up trying to cram a bunch of antagonism into the conversation when it had barely begun. That was the main issue with my first Sargon debate. The main difference is because the debate with Sargon was a debate between a lefty and a conservative, it actually meant something, whereas the debate between me and that guy right now mean absolutely nothing because I'm a lefty and he's an irrelevant piece of shit. Yeah, he did the fake Sargon laugh. Vaughn took the $5. A fake neoliberal disaster is better than a neo-fascist catastrophe. Fucking true. Mountain of Madness, the tier 1 sub. Thank you. War Machine is the one who domestically abused Christy Mack, his then girlfriend, and made her retire. She lost teeth. He got 36 years in prison. Oof. Yikes. I wonder what he and Joe Rogan were talking about before that all happened. Yoicks. Spike's Tribe with the incredibly kind $10. Okay, buddy Vouch. What the fuck is this? Do I have a secondary meme subreddit? I guess I do. Who put effort into this? Well, I guess I would rather come than shit my pants. So I guess that would be my preference. Rivera Life with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Thanks for debating Nico. I'll be launching a $500 debate challenge soon, and voting Biden will be one of the topics I'll defend with my own money on the line. Nice. Yeah, fuck you, by the way, for getting me to debate that guy. Jesus Christ. Oh my fucking God. Why would you do that to me? Sorry? Yeah, sorry. Jesus. Did you know he was a lunatic when you enabled this by donating and informing me that he wanted to debate? Did you know that? No? Okay. All right. Okay. Kill me. The arms dealer with the $5. We, the anarcho-Bidenists with a revolutionary tendency, firmly reject the revisionist social Bidenists in chat. True. That's the real... Why can't that be the war we're fighting right now? Not between the anarcho-Bidenists and the anarcho-dipshits, but between the anarcho-Bidenists and the revisionist social Bidenists, okay? Why can't we be fighting that war? Why do we have to be fighting this significantly stupider war? People are calling you a deranged lib on Twitter. Yeah, no shit, obviously. Of course they will. I didn't even make an argument. That's the thing. They'll call me a lib in that in that discussion. I didn't make a single argument. It was 20 minutes, and I didn't get to making a single argument. Michael Munar with the €5. Bring him back. He wasn't that bad. He's going to say you backed out of a debate. You are actually delusional. Holy shit. The Lax of the 7 Canadian. Bosch, was you bringing up the Marvel movie to lighten the mood, a reference to Tim Pool, who did the same thing except unironically? Well, the difference being is that Tim Pool brought up Thanos' morality as an actual responder to arguments made by Sam Cedar, whereas I jokingly said, haha, well, I've seen plenty of Marvel movies, buddy, and that's not how it tends to go down. And then I laughed again, and then I said, just trying to lighten the mood. I literally suffixed it with, yeah. War Machine, gotcha, Sneaky Wakiki. Very well deserved. True Absurdism with $3. Dude, this is just another Jimmy Dore style YouTube commentator. This isn't worth your time. My time is worth very little, okay? One of these days we'll debate Jimmy Dore. We'll do a few more donos and then we'll move on. Piotr Online with the $5. This debate guy is literally the definition of a dropkick clown. They've been in VC on and off. Need to filter these guys better. Wait, this debate guy is literally the definition of a dropkick clown. They've been in VC on and off. Need to filter these guys better. Wait, that guy's in our... Wait, does that guy share our Discord server? Does he come in and argue with people? Wait, hold on. Mutual servers. I don't know what you're referring to. Or maybe somebody in chat? That guy wasn't in our Discord server. Bread Conqueror of the $5. That guy just convinced me to vote for Biden. Yeah, listen, everyone who's Bernie or bust in chat who's undecided, that's who's representing you, okay? So if you want to be on the right side of history, okay, you need to distance yourself as far as fucking possible away from that guy. Soda Bitch with the 666. Holy shit, that first debate, though. Nazis are more fun to debate. At least you get to see them lose their goddamn mind and curse out everything at the end. Yeah, also, I don't feel a sense of despair when they're fucking lunatics. Sultan C with the $10. I sincerely question someone who thinks that people were deserving of being bullied in high school. Thank you for ending that call. Dude, I'm like, hey, you're not taking this argument seriously and you don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, you didn't have many friends in high school. Okay. This is your brain on Biden derangement syndrome. True. And Alan Hannigan with a very kind $5. If that's what our leftists on the ground activism is, no wonder we're losing. That person has embarrassed the left. Yeah. Yeesh. Have I seen the upcoming People's Party convention? It has some really base people like Danny Glover, but also people like Dorr. You should look. If it has people like Dorr, I don't know how much value there could possibly be. Everything that guy touches is ideological poison. But I guess it's possible. Anyway, that's probably enough donations for now. We'll get more to it. Okay. All right, that's enough of a fucking pity party for me, okay? Jimmy Dore suggested working with Mike Cernovich, who denies date rape. Oh, yeah, nice. Wow. I wonder how much excellent stuff I could work with Mike Cernovich. Wow. If the Bernie or Buster problem was that he acted dumb like you did in your first debate against Sargon, could you twist the optics game by acting as smug as he did back then? No. In any debate that I'm having with a black Bernie or Buster, I will always end up losing the optics game because inevitably they're going to twist something that I do or said or did into something that's racist or liberal or whatever. There's literally no way with these people. Class reductionists like the Bernie or Busters are aggressively anti-liberal until it comes time to defend themselves with liberal identity politics. And then they are the most sensitive people in the universe. They will jump between these two positions with unbelievable ease. It is incredible. Maybe you should avoid racially charged shit like that. We don't care what they do. Well, find me a black Bernie or Buster who will come on who doesn't do the exact same fucking thing. Sorry. Socialism MMA, Angie Speaks, and this guy that we just talked to, it's just a pattern, okay? I don't know. I think a lot of it is because to be a Bernie or Buster and to be black, you have to kind of not give a fuck about black people, like fundamentally. So you already have like a pretty distanced perspective on blackness that you can weaponize like selectively in progressive circles. But yeah, I'll say, like, if you're Bernie or bust, like, you don't really give a fuck about black people, like, at all. You really don't. You can think that you do, but you fundamentally do not. You absolutely do not. So is Vosh saying if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't white? You know, when the man nails it, whew. When the man nails it, nah, I'm kidding. Of course not. I'm joking, of course. This is why you get hated. I mean, they can stay mad. Dude, people come on here. They act fucking crazy. They like misappropriate ideas. They attack me. They weaponize liberal identity politics while attacking like liberalism. And then they have the audacity to accuse me of like engaging in bad faith discourse. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, didn't we have actual stuff to talk about? What the fuck is the stream title? My father's convinced me to read Das Kapital. How fucked am I? I mean, it's a long read. He's saying you just push whatever the Democratic Party tells you to. He's not offering a political strategy, though. These people have no fucking idea what I believe. It's incredible. Wait, why did it... These people have no idea what I believe. Absolutely no idea. Did you know recently the Matt Christman, the Chapo guy, characterized my position as just wanting to move Biden left. He also doesn't know. Like, nobody knows. It's such an easy position to defend. It's so easy to defend on my end. Go on, Chapo. Chapo doesn't like me. And what is it, Vosh? I've talked about this a million times. Yeah, sure. My position is, first of all, just from a harm reduction perspective, Biden is objectively better than Trump. Fact. Fact. Second of all, but that's not the main argument. The main argument is that when Biden is in power, it'll be easier to radicalize liberals because they'll be exposed to the failings of the system even when one of their queen Democrats is in charge of it. Whereas as long as Trump is in charge of the system, Democrats are far less likely to recognize the problems we're facing in this country are a product of capitalism rather than just a product of Trump. We can see this demonstrated in voting patterns. After two terms of Obama, Bernie legitimately came near the presidency. Out of nowhere, we went from nothing but neoliberal and neoconservative back and forths for like 30 years, and then a socialism fucking ticket ended up whoosh, nearly winning the Democratic nomination because Democrats were becoming disillusioned with Obama's fake progressivism. Then we have 4 years of Trump, and you know what? Bernie did worse after 4 years of Trump than he did after 8 years of Obama. Bernie did worse in the primaries than he did back in 2016 because more and more people were, while sympathetic to Bernie's ideas, not willing to vote for him because they were terrified of Trump. It is only in the safety and comfort of a not literal fascist presidency looming that liberals are willing to try their hand at something more radical. That's not on him, that's on idiots. I'm not saying it's on Bernie Sanders. I'm saying that, wow, people's political positions are motivated in large part by the material conditions of the circumstances they find themselves in. And the material conditions of 2016, where people were way more willing to risk something on a far-left candidate after being disillusioned by Obama's fake progressivism for 8 years, were far favorable to our odds than the position that we stood in 6 months ago, and the position we will stand in 4 years. In 4 years, the Dems will move to the right. Bernie Sanders will no longer be there to push the platform left. If you guys are upset about the way this primary turned out, oh boy, after 4 more years of Trump, you're going to fucking pray it was 2016 again. The farthest left candidate we're going to be getting on the stage is probably going to be fucking Buttigieg, and that's not going to be the candidate who wins because he's too far left for it. You're going to go there. It's going to be fucking 2024. You guys are going to be looking at no Democratic presidential candidates who meaningfully push the Overton window left, who challenge the Democratic Party from a left-leaning perspective. And you're going to think, damn, it turns out 8 years of pushing the country right doesn't move the country left. I cannot believe I am. Wow. Whoa. That is amazing. I wouldn't have believed it. Couldn't have expected it. Yeah, well. Oh, and we got all these far-right brown shirt militia squads running around towns gunning down protesters now. And Trump probably, I don't know, implemented a bunch of laws that made it impossible to be lefties online or something. I don't fucking know. Anyway, my position on this is pretty easily defensible, but people don't engage with it because they know it's defensible, so they just engage with the position that I think that I'll be able to push Biden to being a socialist, which I don't believe. I really want to go over that Trump interview with Ingram, but it's from Fox. It's on Fox News, which means that it probably is copyright. Right? Probably. Bosch is anti-accelerationist. I am conditionally accelerationist. I am a massive fan of strikes, for example. Striking is a form of accelerationism. by worsening the conditions in the immediate moment, you make it easier to advance the dialectic. You make it easier to raise the stakes, which you can then, use for your advantage. I did the interview with Chris Wallace without problems. That is true. That is true. Yeah. We can look at that. Yeah, in fact, we will do it. I have the 3-part interview. Oh, man, this guy's still molding on Twitter. He doesn't know. Pee-pee laugh. I can't believe that call lasted 25 minutes. Everyone in the comment section is just asking him to define fascism, and he's still not doing it. Damn, I missed the Nico debate. You didn't miss shit, Tyler. What the fuck is this? I'm sorry, I've been distracted by this image, but I guess as long as I'm looking at it, we can all look at it. Just call him again. He didn't respond to the encore. What am I looking at right here? Look at the corners. This is just so amusing to look at. I don't. The rat, the authoritarian left, strength in numbers, capable of surviving nuclear fallout, responsible for the death of millions. Nice meme. Mouse is bottom left, breeds uncontrollably, will donate its body to science. Libertarian right is feral cat. That makes sense. And house cat. Yeah. Aren't those two axes redundant? I don't know. It's a fucking meme image. Thanks, Ramjam. Dude, I am so tired. I'm honestly tempted to just stop streaming, but I can't do it because we have an interview with a fucking congressional candidate in California's district at 2 p.m. It's honestly so fucking tempted. Why do you think Chapo calls you neoliberal fake leftist? Because I think a lot of people on the online left think that the more left you are, the more stupidly anti-establishment you are, and that's the only thing they know, you know? Like, if I could devise like an incredibly convoluted but 100% guaranteed plan of enacting socialism by getting Trump elected, none of them would call me a conservative. That's the thing that really irritates me. There are lefties, accelerationists, who say that you should just vote Trump to exacerbate the material conditions of the collapse of capitalism. And nobody calls them conservatives. We call them accelerationists. But if I think that voting for Biden can advance material conditions necessary to propagate socialist interests, then I get called a liberal. So join the Proud Boys to propagate socialism? Yeah, maybe. Dude, that's what the guy who I debated should do. He said that he thinks there are chances that Biden could be worse, right? So he should do everything in his power to get Trump elected, right? Does this guy call himself an ML? It's like Kim Iverson saying that the Trump is better for the left than Biden. Yeah, yeah. Dude, Tulsi supporters are all the literal definition of the like, you're in the bottom left segment, you're in the lib left segment, and you're crying like, "Oh, Bernie lost. Maybe we should vote Trump to defeat the establishment, huh? Really show him a lesson." And they've got like the, they're actually blue. They've got the green mask on. Yeah. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm picking at a wound right now, an ideological scar, the wound left on my heart, my soul and my heart, by the online left. September 29th, the first debate between Biden and Trump. They couldn't keep it. They couldn't keep it together. Pelosi didn't want this to happen. So we'll see how that goes. Actually, how do we think it's going to go? How do you think it's going to go? This is such a poorly cropped image. Is this official? This is for C-SPAN? Dude, look at this. Look at whatever tool they used to look, they blurred the edges of the hair. Did they do this mock-up in like 3 minutes? Why'd they do that? This is the fucking presidential debate. They used the blur tool. Not the blur tool, sorry, yeah, the feather tool, the soft eraser. Trump wants to drug test the debates, and I think it's a good idea. Wait, did he actually say that? Oh no. Oh no, 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 no. Oh no. If they drug test the debates, Biden is fucked. Oh god. The only reason Biden did well against Bernie is because they fucking hopped him up. They hopped him up on grandpa juice before the fucking debate. Oh shit. If he's drug tested, he's fucked. Both of them will be fucked. Wait, what do you think? Yeah, what do you think Trump takes before the debates? Because I don't think Biden takes like a known drug. Yeah, okay. Trump, I feel like is a cocaine man. He's a businessman in New York. You know, it makes sense. Biden, I don't think he takes coke or Adderall. I think he just has like a 92-year-old woman who's been mixing like a concoction from a starter for him for his entire life, you know? Just like, it's like punch, you know what I mean? She's always in the back room somewhere and she's always making more. And it has it's chemically completely distinct from anything we've ever taken. And it does unbelievable harm to his body to take it, but he does it in times of great crisis, like he did right before the debate with Bernie, because Biden did do well in the debate with Bernie. He did. I mean, we can all drink as much copium punch as we want. If we really want to, but he did do well there. Bernie Sanders has always struggled a little bit directly in the debates because Bernie Sanders is A, very nice, and B, he sticks very, very hard to his talking points. He doesn't really, he's not very modular. He doesn't think like, what is the specific issue we're talking about right now? What is the specific concern? What is a weakness I can exploit? Yeah, Bernie should attack more. Well, now Bernie is out of the running, essentially, unfortunately. But yeah, Biden did a little bit well. Biden can also lie. Remember when Biden said that like Bernie had 9 super PACs or something like that? Remember that part? That was a good one right there. That was a power move right there. Biden should probably do that. What do you think the odds are of Biden just bringing up the Epstein connections in his debate with Trump? That's what I want to see. I want to see just a dragged out fucking punch-out match. 0%. Don't take this from me. If he gets hopped up enough, he might consider it, you know? Like, he gets a little flustered. You're like, well, listen, at least the island I go to didn't have any kids on it or something like that. And the crowd, if they did that, there probably won't be an audience because COVID-19 will never leave this country. But if there was a crowd, it would go wild. That would be very, very good. Nobody talks about the Trump Epstein shit, which is a shame because it's such an easy dig at him too, you know? It's really crazy. Like, there are people on Twitter, all over Twitter, who will make fun of people who are on Epstein's black book. Not everyone who's on Epstein's black book actually engaged in any illicit conduct with children. He just kept tabs on everyone. But if you were in his black book, you were in his circle, you know? But there are people who were in his black book, and, you know, some guy will tweet something on Twitter about how he went to the garden and he planted some flowers, and people will be like, huh, this you? And with like 8,000 likes underneath it will be a screenshot of their name in the black book. Nobody does this. with Trump. Nobody does this with Trump. I feel like at this, like, it's liberal to insult Trump, you know? Like we don't bring this up nearly enough. We all know, like, Trump had like tons of credible rape allegations against him before the presidency, some of them by children, you know. He would brag about going into the changing rooms of like the Miss Teen America pageant, you know, the changing room where they got their teen boobies out that he wanted to look at. You forget Orange Man Bad, though. I feel like that's where we're at right now, though. It's like, oh, our president is a rapist pedophile. Wow, Orange Man Bad. But not just amongst conservatives, also amongst lefties, too. How many lefties spend their time shit-talking Trump? I still see people mostly shit-talking Biden. It's like, fuck, dude. All the Biden criticism in the world isn't going to mean anything if he doesn't get into office. It's all kind of like a bet you're making that if he gets into office, it'll be relevant, but otherwise, it's really not. Otherwise, you can play this game if you want, you know. Imagine all the time you've spent shit-talking Biden, thinking about Biden, talking about Biden. And if Biden loses, you can count up all that time and energy and money in your life, and you can just imagine it entering the void, just being tossed right down the toilet. You know, it's just fucking gone. Do you think liberals are the punching bag of politics? Yeah, of course. Everyone hates liberals, dude. Soak Dems hate liberals, even though they are liberals and they don't realize it. Lefties hate liberals. Conservatives and fascists hate liberals. Third positionists hate liberals, even though they're basically just fascists. Anyway, like, you know, don't tell them. Third positionists think they're really cool, but they're engaging in the exact same idiosyncrasy that all fascists engage in. It's not special. You know. Third positionist. Dude, I can't believe they came up with the term third positionist now that There's a spider on the ceiling. Just gonna ignore that. You know, as much as we may think about it, spiders don't actually, like, just drop down on your head that often. Show us, Vosh? I'm not fucking resetting my camera position when I'm done with that. Anyway, yeah, I can't believe we let people get away with the term third positionist. Like, holy shit, dude. Like, you thought you were constrained to the political spectrum as you knew it, left and right, conservative and liberal. But we are the third way by going further right. No, Nazbol is actually economically left. No, they're fucking not, dude. Have you actually talked to third positionists? They're just contrarian fascists, okay? They're not fucking socialists, all right? I remember the thing that Eric Stryker did with Destiny. I've heard Eric Stryker, because Eric Stryker is like one of the big third positionists online. And that motherfucker, I remember him talking about how he doesn't actually care about privately owned businesses. He just wants the state to sponsor stuff. That's it. He's about as much of a socialist as Caleb Maupin is. You know, Caleb, socialism is when government does stuff and when the billionaires listen to the government. Maupin. These people aren't socialists. The issue is fundamentally, you can only really believe in socialism. You can only really advocate for socialism if you believe in human liberation, if you believe in freedom, if you believe in equality. Socialism is not an easy project. It's not a very convenient political project. It's not a very easy social or economic project, and it's generally something you only engage in. And if you genuinely believe that there is some value in bringing about equity amongst men, and generally speaking, people don't have that belief, and then also are JQ spouting ethno-nationalists. Have you watched the Stryker and Maupin debate? Yeah, I have. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Oh, this will be fun. Does anyone know what impact the presidential debates even have on voting? Like, how much of an impact does it even have, really? Probably almost nothing. Yeah. Yeah, barely anything. Because it happened so close to the actual election. By this point, everyone's kind of made up their mind. It's mostly just like, what attitude do we go into it with? Nixon lost based on a debate. Yeah, that's true. Though keep in mind, Nixon and Kennedy were much closer to each other than Biden and Trump are. The parties have moved way further away with time. And you can actually see this based on like how the parties vote, how far away they are from each other, how partisan the parties are. So like back then, there was probably more of a swing. Yeah, there was way more of a swing portion. The swing component of the election has only grown smaller with time, I think. Some political scientists estimate party affiliation matters more than candidate characteristics. Yep, I actually saw a study like that. Where it was that it was actually good. And this is here. This is for the based Bidenistas out there. Is that the Democrats, if they agree with a position, are much more likely to agree with that position, no matter who is espousing it. So if they agree with position A, and it's a Democrat or a Republican espousing position A, they will, generally speaking, agree with that position regardless of who's making the argument. Whereas Republicans are party only. If a Republican says blank and a Democrat say blank, their support for that policy is very, very different. Yeah, the party loyalty is much stronger amongst Republicans. So, yeah, epic cult moment. True. Yeah, maybe it can encourage turnout. Maybe even if it doesn't motivate people to change their minds on who they'll be voting for, it can motivate people to actually go out and vote. So, yeah. Oh, so anyway, yeah. Good luck, Joe, I guess. And yeah, Pelosi loses once again because she tried to keep Joe Biden from debating Donald Trump. Fuck Pelosi. All right, go team. Very nice. Oy, oy. From YouTube chat, bourgeois electoralism is cringe and Vosh needs to read actual theory. Actually, a ton of theorists advocated for participation in bourgeois electoralism to varying extents. Some people, like Engels, for example, argued the necessity of mounting far-left parties that they could use to count their numbers and to influence the general election. Lenin agreed. Lenin actually went so far as to argue that the support of bourgeois parties themselves, rather than merely revolutionary parties within bourgeois electoralism, could be beneficial to the proletariat. In fact, Lenin went so far as to say that socialists should not split their vote between radical socialist parties and liberal parties when the results of splitting that vote would lead to fascists winning against the... no, let's not get too far into it. Never mind. Neither Lenin nor Engels would have supported the Democrats. Jesus Christ, Vosh, stop it hurts. What you need to do, my friend, is learn how to interpret theory. See, the thing is, and you would know this if you were a Marxist, but I can tell you're very unfamiliar with these arguments, so I'll help you out a little bit. What you need to understand is theory arises from material conditions. See, that's your historical materialism right there. So naturally, ideas about how people should engage with their environments depends on the environment that we live in. These ideas don't exist in a vacuum. Now, because Lenin, Engels, and Marx all lived 150 years ago, the world they lived in was very different to the one they lived in. We don't have their exact direct opinions on the world we live in today or how to participate in the systems that we live in today. So what we can do then is read their theory and learn their arguments. And then from their arguments, we can interpret the things they believed. Now, Lenin's arguments back then, if we interpret what they actually are things like prevent the rise of fascism because it is necessary for socialists to win their fight against bourgeois electoralism. And socialists are far less likely to win their fight against things like, for example, fascism or colonial imperialism. So participating in bourgeois electoralism or even supporting liberals, even supporting the bourgeois against those systems can be beneficial to us. Additionally, Lenin made the argument that if you infiltrate and participate in activism from within bourgeois parties, you can often do this to radicalize a significant contingent of the voters within. So these arguments applied to the parties and the realities of those days, but the reasons behind those arguments are still applicable today. I don't know why I bother. The theory thing against you is from Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada's video was not good. Bad Empanada's video against me was the exact same argument that every single tanky or like Bernie or Buster uses against me, which is, well, the time then wasn't exactly the same as the time now. My dudes, if we were actually explicitly, exclusively listening to theory and only using it as it pertained to the systems back then, you wouldn't have voted for Bernie, you stupid pieces of shit. Bernie was far to the right of where the treacherous bourgeois party, the Labor Party, as Lenin described it back in 1905. If we're actually relying on theory at its word to determine where we vote and like what we care about, you wouldn't have cared about Bernie. You would have dismissed Bernie as what Lenin would have called him, a treacherous, opportunist social democrat whose interests represent the bourgeois more covertly than his contemporaries. But you don't care. You liked about Bernie because you liked the aesthetics of leftism. But then, because the aesthetics of Biden were not as appealing to you, then you defer to theory, and then you use all these bad faith arguments. No, 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 no. Yes, I've seen that, Monkieka. No, 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 no. Bosch equates tankies and Bernie or Busters. There's an overlap for sure. Yeah. I mean, it's not a perfect overlap, but that's what we actually need to do. We actually need to be on the anti-Bernie caucus. That's what we need to work on. Far too many lefties are under the delusional impression that the treacherous social democrat Bernie Sanders represents the interests of the proletariat. All he would actually seek to do is placate us by uniting us under a banner of tepid social democracy, denying us revolutionary change while integrating us and pacifying us within the broader bourgeois electoral system. A true revolutionary would recognize that Bernie Sanders is as great a threat to us as the real fascists. And for that reason, I've decided to call him a social fascist. Bernie Sanders should be opposed with with greater vigor than we ever should have used to oppose the neo-Nazis and the Trumpsters back in 2016, because Bernie Sanders represents a greater threat from within. My name is Vosh. I have read all theory, and I have great opinions. You have to talk about with Cuck Philosophy about this. It's going to be the same Bernie or bust discussion. It's not going to matter. Wait, somebody in YouTube chat is like, he's joking, right? Wait, really? Yes. But everything that I just said right then was identical to the position of the KPD back in the 1930s. It was identical to the position held by the communists in Germany before the rise of Nazi Germany. And what I said right there, when I said that Bernie Sanders is a greater threat to us than the Republican Party, that sounded kind of fucking stupid, didn't it? Just a little bit. Some lefties say this shit about AOC. Vosh, I love you, but can we move on? Aurora, just to spite you, we're also not talking about the Trump supporter who was murdered today. Just to spite you. Because all you've been doing is spamming in chat to do that. Specifically to spite you. We will not be talking about that. Holy shit. You weren't going to talk about it anyway, dude. Just be honest. Yeah, you caught me. Guys, can I be honest with you? What the fuck am I supposed to say? Bring the articles. Bring the articles. Come on. Russ 2, yo, Vosh, I want to talk to you to discuss theory and why you're wrong. I've done this a million times. Every argument is, well, it wasn't the same. The context is different. I hate the fact that even your viewers need constant clarification that you're joking. Yeah, well. Bring the fucking articles. Vosh, despite cancer killing 30% of Joe Biden's children, he does not support even 50% of Medicare for all. Yep. It's almost like people's positions are more defined by the material reality of them being a stooge for the DNC than any actual ideological. I wouldn't be surprised if Biden, in it, like personally, despises the system that he's working within. But it doesn't matter. People are what they do. Yeah. Give me the damn articles. All right. What the fuck is this? Somebody linked this. Wait, this is delightful.
Water. Earth.
No audio because I'm paranoid. Wait, that's so cute. That's the cutest shit in the world. Whoever posted that, link that again in chat. That's like super fucking cute. Wow.
First, we want to begin this morning with President Trump heading to...
Thank you. Would calling Bernie a lib unironically be a good idea? No. Right-wingers are going to call everyone to the left of Trump a socialist no matter what we do. There's nothing to really be done about that. Bernie Sanders did a good thing by misusing the definition of socialism because he destigmatized it to a huge number of people. Bernie is technically a lib, though. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Nothing. I can't wait for the election to be over, dude. I'm gonna fucking kill myself. I can't tolerate this discourse anymore. Oh, God. All right. Let's do it. Let's cover.
Earth. Fire.
Wait.
Earth. Fire. Air. Water.
All right. That's enough delightful and refreshing. No. We have to enjoy the positivity while we can get it, you know? Considering what today's stream has been like. Get Cuck Philosophy on the show? I don't want to. Cuck Philosophy made the argument at the end of that gigantic Twitter thread that there's no real difference who wins. I'm never going to have a good conversation on this because everyone who comes in here enters hyper fucking VDS triggered. And they have absolutely no interest in engaging in the discussion with me. I don't think Cuck Philosophy is VDS, though. I think Cuck Philosophy is pretty... Dude, I need to have a talk with Milk Tea Leninism. Wait, Milk Tea, you're here, aren't you? I saw you in chat earlier. You said, in response to that dipshit who debated me earlier, also to everyone in the replies asking him to define fascism, please leave it alone. It's pretty fucking immature. Wait, first of all, people can act as immature as they want to this guy after his behavior. Second of all, I don't think there's anything immature about pointing out that this guy clearly has no fucking idea what fascism means. Like, absolutely this guy should be bullied. Don't stoop to their level. No, wait, no, wait. So if somebody comes on here and acts like a giant asshole, my followers can't point out that they don't know what they're talking about? Holy shit. Yeah, we're monks now. We must all distance ourselves from the material world. Mel is gone? Ah, well. You should discourage your audience for optics take for replying to a tweet they made lying about me, asking what the definition of fascism is? No. Holy fuck. When did we get so many fucking civility politics obsessed liberals shitting up my chat? Holy fuck. Dude. Don't fucking like attack him, but if he's dumb on Twitter, yeah, be mean to him. Holy shit. I would never be shown this kind of consideration. He's mauling about you on stream right now? Wait, he's on stream? Vosh gets embarrassed and rage quits. People's convention was a success.
My friend has said, I would not be surprised if he rage quits, because what Vouch does, actually, I'm kind of surprised because he actually even, the fact that he even gave me 2 seconds to engage substantively on Biden's history and his policies is a.
I need to stop engaging with mentally ill people. That's the only explanation that I can think for any of this. Even Extreme Dad was better faith and knew how conversations work. Why are Bernie or Buster so dumb? Stop calling people mentally ill when they're boring no lives. Okay. Ooh, problematic. Okay, so honest question to the discourse. Can you think of a better explanation than mental illness for people's behavior like that? Like insane dishonesty, unwillingness to engage in conversation? Is there like a better stupidity? I mean, I don't accept that, dude. My experience online has really fucking blackpilled me when it comes to people online in general. Because what I used to think was people were generally reasonable, and that it was usually like other conditions that made them less so. But the more time I spend online, the more that I think that just everyone online is just ill, you know? I have no idea. Vosh, you try being disenfranchised for generations? Wait, is that a fucking joke? Are you saying that every black person gets to act like that and it's okay because they're systemically disenfranchised? Wait, seriously? Okay. Yeah, I see where we're going with this. Yeah, that's so condescending. Wait, what the fuck? So all black people are like that? Okay. I guess just being super disenfranchised just makes you a horrible asshole who can't like talk to people. I've talked to black people before. I've had great conversations with black people. I didn't realize that they were only seconds away from letting their disenfranchisement turn them into a bunch of assholes. Okay. All right. Fuck you. All right, let's do it. Okay. All right. Listen up, everyone. I have wait, Vosh, I'm confused about why we don't like Bernie. What happened? We do like Bernie. We like Bernie very much, okay? It's totally fine. It's okay. We like Bernie. We're friends with Bernie. Vosh, I had a conversation with the advocate about the difference between ignorance, mental illness, and stupidity. Apparently didn't like the explanation, left in a huff. I sent you yeah, send me an email. I'll actually like a clarification on this. Bernie is a petty bitch for not endorsing Markey. Apparently, the reason Bernie didn't endorse Markey is because there was some sort of prior thing between them, and I think Markey didn't want the endorsement. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. If it really was just because Bernie was like ass mad, that would be pretty dumb, you know? All right. All right, guys. Are you ready for it? I have not read anything about the Trump supporter who died in Portland, so I could have a clear and pure mind for this segment right here. Clean, pure, head empty. No thoughts. No thoughts whatsoever. I have no idea what the fuck happened. I'm not joking. I have no idea. Here. We'll blow my camera up so you can see how empty my head is. A supporter of a right-wing group who was shot dead in a Portland, Oregon street was mourned by both friends and President Donald Trump as a victim of mob violence while an online fundraising effort. This is already boring as shit. An hour before he was shot in the chest, 39-year-old Aaron J. Danielson and a friend were seen heading downtown to protect a flag-waving caravan of Trump supporters. They wore hats with the insignia of Patriot Prayer, a group that has clashed with left-wing protesters in Portland for years and appeared armed with knives and paintball guns. What an interesting way to begin this. A supporter of a right-wing group. Why not just say a right-wing terrorist group? Like, oh, I assumed that if I Googled that, I would get a Wikipedia article that I could use to... Wait, why Reddit? Wait, I didn't type Reddit. I don't know why it went Reddit there. A far-right group based in Portland, Oregon, describes itself as advocating for free speech, opposing big government. Yeah, sure. Organized rallies in favor of Donald Trump, far-right protests in predominantly liberal areas, met with a large number of counter-protests. White nationalists, as well as far-right groups such as Proud Boys and the Hell-Shaking Street Preachers, have attended the rallies organized by Patriot Prayer. An infiltrator said the group had only around 15 core members in 2019. Huh, that's pretty small. Crazy how much attention you can get, you know? Like, with a small group of people. Anyway, so they're not opposing big government, and I've never met a far-right group that gave a fuck about free speech. Also, if you cared about free speech and opposing big government, you would not like Donald Trump, because that motherfucker is big, big on expansion of state power and on opposing freedom of speech. Celebrate canceled free speech rally. This is from 2017. Ooh, do you think Milo Yiannopoulos was going to show up here? 2017 free speech rally led by far-right people? This seems like a Milo appearance. I don't care enough about this. Opposing big government. Leader of the Patriot Prayer Group, shaking things up Sunday, Plaza March. Joey Gibson, a prominent right-wing online personality, announced on Facebook Live Saturday the rally will instead gather at an event in Vancouver, while only him himself will be there at Portland with flags. Joey Gibson, I think I've heard that name before. These people all linked together. So, founder of the far-right group Patriot Prayer, political positions. He describes himself as a moderate libertarian, but his organization has been described in the media as alt-right. He denies that his group is alt-right and has disavowed white supremacists who frequently appear at his events, Wikipedia throwing shade. The Anti-Defamation League described his views appearing to be alt-light. Gibson supports a pathway to citizenship for non-criminal illegal immigrants. Oh, well, wait. Okay, so non-criminal in that they haven't committed any crimes. Okay. Normally, right-wing people say that it's criminal to appear in this country when, you know, okay, right. He supports decriminalization of marijuana and same-sex marriage. He advocates for the establishment of term limits for the Congress, the implementation of a national sales tax, the abolition of the IRS. That's interesting. So it seems like this person might actually be something approximating a principled libertarian, but he has attracted himself an orbit of far-right people, as libertarians always do every time. But okay, all right. Credit where credit's due. Trump friends mourn far-right activist, a right-wing activist killed in Portland. Medics were batoned while trying to help the man. Really? Photos show frantic but futile attempts to save victim of shooting near Portland protests. A man is treated by medics after being shot during a confrontation on Saturday in Portland. Fights broke out during and after a large caravan of supporters and President Donald Trump drove through the city, clashing with counter-protesters. Police have not said whether the shooting was related. Warning, graphic images. Oh, graphic images, folks, but I'm going to look at it anyway, so graphic images. Well, that's not too graphic. Street medics and protesters helped to treat a man who was shot after a pro-Trump rally. This is a very consistent pattern. Yeah, I need a beanie from this segment because I'm doing the Tim Pool thing right here. This is a very consistent pattern here as well. The The protesters, many of them serve the role of medic. Has anyone here seen that image? I think it kind of went viral. Like, if you're at a protest, what can you do? And it's like shield wall, you know, like this, laser point, like that thing, you know? A large number of people who show up to these protests do so with the intention of being medics for a number of reasons. First of all, it makes you feel like a fucking hero, okay? Like, let's just listen, this is the ego boost right here, okay? If you having the ability to actually unironically potentially save a life or treat an injury on the ground gives you probably the biggest fucking ego rush in all of human history, okay? I can't imagine. I've never done anything like that, okay? But if I was at a fucking protest and I had a fucking med kit on me and somebody got shot or somebody got cut and I was able to treat them up, I would feel like a fucking hero, all right? And I don't like playing medic in TF2, so I know, listen, that is a feeling of satisfaction that I think is it's fundamental. It's very fundamental. It's good. It's wonderful. We did help that lady who was getting hit by her husband once. Oh, that's true, Hyena. That's true. We didn't do any medical care, but we did emotional medical care that one time. Anyway, yeah, it's good. So there are a lot of protesters who are medics. A lot of people, they're like, they're violent looters. No, a lot of them show up there with medical equipment. But anyway, okay. By the way, I just want to clarify, I have no opinions whatsoever on whether or not this was a justified shooting. I have no opinions whatsoever, okay? I want to clarify that. I do not know. I don't actually know the circumstances of it. I don't know how legitimate the claim to self-defense is. So I hopefully will arrive while investigating this at information which can help us make a determination. We'll get to it. Police said a vehicle caravan carrying supporters of President Donald Trump had left the area around 8:30, and officers heard gunshots about 15 minutes later. Officers arrived at the shooting scene, Southwest 3rd Avenue and Alder Street, within a minute, but the man who was shot did not survive. Oh, more images, I guess. Police arrived to treat the man who was shot. Police say the man was shot in the chest. He was not immediately identified. It's unclear who shot him. So this is an immediate report, I suppose. Can somebody link the video in chat? I know there's one, or possibly more than one. I barely had time. Oh, wait, hold on. A woman on Instagram who goes by the name Sierra Boyne wrote Sunday morning she was one of 2 street medics on the scene immediately. I barely had time to begin an examination before the cops pushed and batoned me off the body. That man was alive when I left, and it will haunt me for the rest of my life that they screamed about having a real medic. She estimated 20 minutes later the man was confirmed dead. Well, that fucking sucks. So yeah, right off the bat, there's a very real possibility that this man would have survived were it not for the police. It's very, very, very possible then that it was in fact the police who didn't kill him, but who enabled his death, which I don't know what the difference is, but... Right. There's a video of that want me to find? Yes, videos, please, chat. This is later and less relevant. One dead in Portland after Trump supporters. That's a picture we just saw. YouTube video. Is this it? That is not it. But it wasn't a Rickroll, so I won't ban you. Shot and killed. Heard gunshots around 15 minutes later. An Associated Press freelance photographer heard 3 gunshots, saw police medics attending to the victim, who appeared to be a white man. The freelancer and the man was wearing a hat bearing the insignia of Patriot Prayer. He was shot in the chest. This is almost a copy of the earlier article. Yeah, this is almost a copy of the earlier article. I need more evidence. Will this provide me more evidence?
R.I.P.
It's all I should ban all of you. I should ban all of you. There were like 4 people in a row who just like I'm trying to find. Okay, listen, we're doing a segment. Get uBlock Origin, please. Yeah, maybe. All right. Month-long bans. That's it. Month-long bans. For all of you. Hyena, all of them, month-long bans. You do it. I have a segment to do. Do we not want to do the segment then? Are we done? Are we done then? I was relying on you guys to provide these links. I could have found them myself, I guess. But I was trying to do like a impromptu. Well, now everyone linking YouTube is Jesus Christ. Gosh, this is it. Twitter links are more likely to actually be it. Here we go. Everyone shut up. This shows police arrive at the shooting victim and push the Black Lives Matter medics away, kick away her supplies, then let the man bleed out. She was trying to help. Well, this isn't video of the shooting, but okay.
You okay? Jay! No! Jay! My lights begin. Get the fuck out of here!
Watch out, bro! She's trying to help him! She's trying to help him! She's the fucking man trying to help him! So let her help! Hey! Let her help!
Do you need an ambulance? Tracy, do you need...
I need to revel in the gruesomeness. They're trying to help. Here we go.
Sorry, man!
Thank you.
Did anybody see what happened?
Saw a little bit of it.
No, sir.
That's awesome, dude. They had like medics on him. They're just like, nah, fuck, nah, just kick him off. Just kick like a bunch of flies swarming around shit. Like, nope, nope, go away. Goodbye. Goodbye. Very good. Excellent. Nothing but the best from our boys in blue.
In this morning.
What do I have to work off of there? Holy fuck. Hold on.
The victim does appear to be a white man, and the Associated Press is reporting this morning that the man was wearing a hat with the insignia of a far-right group called...
Not much that I can look at there to determine whether it was justified self-defense. Hold on. Same footage. Maybe we'll just get it for later. From what I'm looking at right now, this does not look like a justified exercise of force. Okay, hold on. Okay, the Patriot Prayer guy fired pepper spray. So from what I can see here, the best that I can see, and I think this is the only available video of this footage, is so from what it looks like, let me think here. So we have two actors here. We have the Patriot player. It's still playing. It's done. Yeah, it's fine. Other angle. 2 month ban. 3 month. 3 month ban. Next one's a year. This is actually another angle. Good. This is another angle of the Medicare though, not of the actual shooting. Frame by frame shit. That's okay. I've already seen everything that I need to see. So the timeline of the incident seems to be this, okay? Now, what I care about here are two basic things. We have meta information that contextualizes the reasons why the actors present in the shooting were there, and then we have actual facts of the shooting. So, in this case, to begin with, both the person who did the shooting and the person who was shot probably did something bad. So, both of them came looking for trouble. The person on the who did the shooting was holding a firearm, walking around protests, which instantly escalates the general threat level around them and generally makes things a lot harder. If you possess a firearm at a protest, you are assuming an immense burden of responsibility. Bad behavior on your part can lead to other people getting killed, and not just the people you shoot. Your misbehavior can lead to other people getting killed as well. It's an enormous responsibility, and unless you know exactly what the fuck you are doing, I would strongly recommend against bringing firearms to protests, especially if you're just walking around on your own on a fucking skateboard, or just, like, around, you know? Not... Yeah, guys, chat, this is actually, like, super embarrassing. You guys need to stop. Hug Philosophy molding on stream about you. And that's a year-long ban, Swift. Hope it was worth it. Didn't even have to look at that one. Bringing firearms to protests is you're leveling an immense burden on yourself, an immense responsibility. I know that we lefties are generally very pro-gun, which I'm fine with. And I know that we lefties are generally very, very critical of arguments against self-defense for very valid reasons. But we also have to recognize, unfortunately, that as a byproduct of our relative marginalization in a political sense, we will always be held to a higher standard of conduct when it comes to the possession and use of weapons, even in legitimate self-defense. So, both of these people came here, it seems, looking for trouble. If you're there with the Patriot Prayer, you are by definition going there for trouble. And if you are walking around a protest with a gun, you are doing the exact same thing. So when it comes to the actual facts of the shooting, it seems what happens... We're going to watch it one more time. Sorry about the grim content, guys. It seems like what happened is the man with the gun approached, moved down the street, and... Ooh, better footage.
And the man in the white and black in front of... Now, you're going to see Skateboard Man and the man in the white and black in front of Skateboard Man right here. So hold on, let me pause it. I believe Skateboard Man's on the right, the other guy's on the left. I think the guy on the right lifts up his right arm, fires. Boom, boom, 2 shots. Okay? Immediately after that, skateboard guy walks over to the left, guy in the white and black is backing up, turns, and runs. Now, it looks like he's...
So, whether or not you believe this is self-defense mostly hinges on whether or not you believe being pepper sprayed in the face reflexively justifies shooting. That is ultimately the question. Now, we don't know if there was any other instigatory information there, like if the guy with the pepper spray was like, I'm gonna fucking shoot you, and then he like pulls out some little thing that looks like a gun, but he pepper sprays and you reflex fire and what have you. I can also recognize, though, that being pepper sprayed fucking hurts. It's an assault on your person, and that if you're pepper sprayed, this can prompt a reflex reaction from you. If you're holding a firearm, then that would be the reflex reaction. I think there are a lot of conditions here that could conceivably justify or not justify this from a legal perspective. From a moral perspective, with footage this bad, I genuinely do not know. That said, I am not willing to commit to the position that the person who fired the shots is in the right. I am not willing to commit to that position. It's really, really difficult for me to tell just based on what I'm looking at here. There's still a lot of vague info regarding this. Yeah, of course. What we have to recognize, by the way, is that for most of human history, when it comes to situations like this, we don't get any say on whether or not we think it was moral or legal. It's only nowadays that we get fucking video footage of everything that goes on, you know? That's the only thing that we have these days to go off of. And even that is significantly better than just like 15 years ago, where anytime something like this would happen, it was incredibly uncommon for there to be video footage. That's one of the reasons the Rodney King riots popped off. It's because we actually got to see police brutality. So I genuinely don't know. I will say this. If the guy with the pepper spray literally just saw a random fucking dude walking towards him with a gun, like no threat indicated in either way, and unprompted pepper sprayed him, I think there are justifications for firing in retaliation. And likewise, given the fact that there were, that I think that bringing a gun to a protest in the first place places a higher burden on your part of like engaging in a standard of behavior, I would say that it's entirely possible that that person could be in the wrong. You sound like Destiny? What? Bosch Lorraine is telling the truth? Hold on, did I misspeak? I feel like I just said something fairly tepid and people are reacting poorly, and I wonder if I had said something dumb or if I misspoke. So it's entirely possible that I misspoke. So let me clarify my position super quick. Okay. If I don't know if the circumstances justified shooting that guy, however, it is conceivable to me that that guy could have done something in addition to the pepper spray that could have, in a reflex, made the person who fired the gun think they were about to be killed. After all, if you are a far left protester and you have a gun and you are walking down the street and a guy in a fucking Patriot prayer hat walks at you and reaches up a device and all of a sudden your eyes are burning, I can understand how in a reflex, what if he pepper sprayed because he saw the gun? Open carrying doesn't justify pepper spraying. I don't think there's a justification for the pepper spraying unless the guy did something that we don't see there. So the guy who pepper sprayed was almost certainly in the wrong to begin with. Did the wrong thing that he do justify being shot in response? I genuinely don't know. I would lean towards not believing so, though. So yeah, that's my opinion. Vosh, you have to stay consistent. Literally nothing that I have said is inconsistent with previous positions that I have held. Nothing even is that I've said here is even close. Why would he randomly pepper spray though? I don't fucking know. I'm not saying that's good. That's the one thing that I know I'm almost certainly confident in condemning, you know? Why the fuck would he just randomly pepper spray that guy? That's stupid as shit. Especially since there are Trump supporters literally just driving down cars like at random fucking pedestrians. Yes, okay, a link. More audio at the beginning. Holy shit, you people are incredibly obnoxious today. Interesting. Who said that? We got one right here. We got a couple right here. Who said that, though? The beginning has the audio? Why would the fuck fuck would you tell me to watch this video again from the very beginning when the first 20 seconds doesn't contain any audio that I didn't hear from the segment that I skipped to? Why would you ever do that? You people are fucking you people are fucking infuriating today. Holy shit. All I've done is try to talk about you people have been fucking relentless fucking nonsense in chat. Jesus Christ, you're lucky I don't ban all of you. Yeah, so again, rewatching it from the beginning offered exactly zero information that I hadn't already gotten from watching it. Thank you. Sounds like a southern accent. I'm not going to assume who was the person who said that based on a southern accent. Yeah, it did sound like two voices. Fuck. I'm not a fucking forensics investigator. Dude said the N-word? Did he say the N-word? Wait, hold on. I didn't hear that.
We got a couple right here. He's pulling it out. Right here. We got a couple right here. He's pulling it out. Right here.
That's not the N-word. Don't be ridiculous. That does not sound like the N-word to me. Really? Yeah, it's not the N-word.
We got a couple right here. He's pulling it out. Right here.
The interesting thing about the he maced me is that in the video that we saw of the gunshot, the macing took place a quarter second before the firing. Like you see the cloud come out, and then immediately after, he fired. He shot at the guy who did the macing. Whereas here, he said he maced me several seconds, and then the two gunshots, which indicates that there was a spray of mace before that second macing. We got a couple right here, you N-word right here. Really? I'm not hearing it.
Hey, we got a couple right here. He's pulling it out. Right here.
There are like 30 words that could be that aren't the N-word. I'm not hearing the N-word right there. I've decided suddenly that I don't give a fuck about any of this. It's stupid to speculate on cases like this when we don't have all the information available to us. I thought it'd be fun to do some CSI, but you people are fucking infuriating. I don't know who's on the right in this case. I genuinely have no idea. What I do know is that what the guy later went on to say, that he is 100% Antifa is some of the stupidest fucking shit I have ever seen. That I've ever fucking seen. From a person suspected in a shooting on our side. This is
Portland detectives.
To me. Sorry. Portland police investigate a man who allegedly identifies as 100% Antifa in fatal shooting report. Portland police are investigating an Oregon man who was allegedly previously cited for carrying a loaded gun at a different protest for his potential connection to a fatal shooting at the political rally over the weekend. The Oregonian cited sources in reporting that the Portland Police Bureau is investigating Michael Rhino for his alleged involvement in the fatal shooting of a supporter of the right-wing group Patriot Prayer. According to the Oregonian, Rhino has identified himself as anti-fascist, and in one post from June 16 wrote, "I am 100% Antifa all the way." Now, every revolutionary needs people that are ready and willing to fight, he allegedly wrote. There are so many of us protesters that are just protesting without a clue of where that will lead. That's just the beginning. That's just the beginning. That's where the fight starts. If that's as far as you take it, thank you for your participation, but please stand aside and support the ones willing to fight. I am 100% Antifa all the way. I'm willing to fight for my brothers and sisters. We do not want violence, but we will not run from it either. Today's protests and Antifa are my brother in arms. So, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no. No. We have to recognize I'm feeling less charitable to that dude now. Well, also the fact that we now know there was audio acknowledging there was a pepper spray before the one that was videotaped in the first recording. That means that the shots that he fired were not like a state of like a split second defense. You know, it means that there may have been more premeditation behind him firing at the Patriot Prayer guy. Which means if that is the case, then I'm not defending him being pepper sprayed. But I can't defend him shooting either. Yeah. Yeah, this would feel like vigilantism to me. Now, obviously, it's, I don't know. More information could always come out. But based on the information that I have presently, I'm not sympathetic to the person who fired the shots. And unfortunately, we now have our first Antifa death. It's been like 30 years. Like 30 fucking years with no direct connection between Antifa and a murder at a protest. And we have finally ruined that streak because somebody had the brilliant idea to simultaneously broadcast their political and organizational affiliation, you know, to the extent that Antifa's an organization, which it's really not, but and then go to a protest with a firearm. Apparently, this guy already has a history of bringing loaded guns to different protests. Just not good. Now, there's nothing really inherently wrong with bringing guns to protests. I think there are justifiable reasons to do it. The Black Panther Party were masters of this, but the Black Panther Party was an organized group of people with firearms training who would stand locked shoulder side by side in planned demonstrations. Whereas it seems now a lot of people on the left and in the right, though obviously mostly on the right, instead of engaging in these strong organizational tactics, they're instead just kind of wandering the street, wishing a motherfucker would, you know? That just doesn't beget the same positive results. It doesn't. It's not as good. It's not as good. And especially when Antifa is already an organization which, despite having led to absolutely no deaths, is on Trump's shit list for getting branded a terrorist organization. For you to be labeling yourself 100% Antifa and then running around protests with a gun, I'm not saying it's fair. Again, the far right, they're killing us every day, you know? I'm not saying it's fair, because it's not fair. It's not a fair standard. One death against hundreds. Organization. But it is the burden we care. The burden we carry. Yeah, just irresponsible. Smells a little fishy. No, I don't think you need, like, plants. I don't think this needs to be a fucking plant. There are people like this all over the fucking country. We just need to hope they stay inside. Bosch literally just got an alert from the SRA that said if you go to a protest and claim to represent them, they will 100% shut that down from national. Yeah, good. Holy shit, can you imagine if that guy said he was like a rep for the SRA? Holy fuck. That organization would be disbanded within a month. Yeah, we have to be careful, okay? This could have literally just been some random gun owner who didn't like being maced walking home. If you declare... No. He's brought guns to protests before. He was at a protest. He had a firearm. He wasn't walking home. He was walking around a protest with a firearm. And he killed somebody. We can't just do like, oh, he might have just been in, you know, a completely disassociated... But it does sound a little bit fishy. I don't really think so. Honestly, I think it's kind of a miracle we haven't had somebody like that arise before. Shouldn't have had it loaded. I mean, that's a way, I guess. I don't know what the point of bringing an unloaded gun to a protest would be, but yeah. Oh yeah. Also, from now on, and we're publicly announcing this, okay? From now on, any bad links whatsoever that I click on, that's a permaban. That's a permaban, and you can email me if you want to get unbanned, so I can say no to you. Okay? That's the new fucking thing. I've been very generous It used to be just 3 or 4 or 5 days. We're doing perma now. I didn't think you guys would hit me with like 20 fucking bad links in a row while we're discussing a literal fucking shooting. I thought maybe you guys would sort of hold it together a little bit better than that. But yeah. What if the "we got one here" was one of the Patriot prayers and the Antifa guy was defending himself because he thought he was going to get attacked? He got pepper sprayed once before. If that's the case, then I think that would exonerate him to an extent. If he was literally like, if he felt he was in the process of getting jumped by a bunch of people with no justification whatsoever, and they were like, I don't know if they were carrying weapons. There are so many conditions I don't know. But based on what I've seen right now, I feel like I'm condemning the shooting. Yeah. We can what if like a lot of stuff, you know, it's totally possible. Yeah. Doesn't Destiny have to acknowledge this is self-defense to remain consistent? I don't give a shit what Destiny says or believes. All right, okay, we're good. We did it. Go team. Ugh. Jesus. By bad links, you mean rickrolls or what? Dude, if I'm asking for links from chat and people are linking stuff like that, then yes, absolutely. If you want to link something in chat that's not immediately relevant to the discussion, then post the link and say what it is in the text. Yeah, YouTube chat is better than you guys. Yeah, I don't even know if I can make this into a segment now. I might have to go over it again in the future. Maybe something a little bit more coordinated. On the plus side, we've distilled about 40 minutes of stupidity into about 5 minutes of information, so... Just edit it out? Nope! Too much effort for me. Fuck that. Also, I'm clearly exhausted today. So honestly, any excuse that I can get to avoid YouTube chats being or YouTube segments being made from today's stream would be preferable. What if someone isn't trying to post a troll link but links you to a wrong related video? Would you still ban them? No, I think I can pretty easily differentiate between somebody who may have like been acting in good faith and in bad faith. You got to upload that Bernie or bus debate? No, I definitely don't. Bosch, why is it not okay to shoot somebody who attacks you? When pepper sprayed, you are vulnerable. They could kill you if you don't act. Because I think if you bring a gun to a protest, you're responsible for the escalation of force there. I think if you bring a gun to a protest, you are already very much on the hook for violent altercations that take place around you. I don't think that bringing a gun to a protest makes violent force on your end justified in situations where it wouldn't have been otherwise. You know? Rand Paul is issuing a subpoena on Antifa. Wait, really? No way. What? No way. Breaking report, Rand Paul has called a subpoena Antifa plane records, hotel records, all travel records, and all fun. What the fuck is this virtue signaling bullshit? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Holy shit. Are you fucking kidding me? First of all, I don't even if we pretend Antifa is an organization, I don't know if you can subpoena the records of every what does this mean? The records of everyone who says they're Antifa? What the all funding? Like this means nothing. This means absolutely nothing. This would be like asking a general like what their strategy is, you know? And they're like, huh, we're going to take them by force and seize the base using military means to attack them in their weak points while defending ours, or something like that. And then they're like, now roll out. It's like, okay, maybe some details or a more specific breakdown. Yeah, okay, sure. I like how this was posted somebody who was sympathetic to it too. They're like, sick of mask mandates. Wear one of these and see how fast they end. Oh yeah, dude. They'll totally end the quarantine when you own them with your Blue Lives Matter thin blue line mask. Just $15 from ilovemyfreedoms.com. Get your free Trump 2020 hat today. This hat looks like shit. Why does this website look like it was made in fucking 2002? Look at this. Look at the little wiggly. Did you see? Look, it wiggled. Making Web LLC and DBA I Love My Freedom and Associates not affiliated with or sponsored by Donald J. Trump for President Incorporated campaign. Very nice. Antifa's gonna regret yelling at Rand outside. Finally, someone does this. They fucked with the wrong guy. It's on. Follow the money. Dude, this is QAnon shit. They legitimately think that there's like Soros is like funding the Antifa militants. They actually think that. Notify Antifa HQ. Should have been done a long time ago. Yeah, well, let's see. What comments can we get out of this? This is all well and good, but if Senator Paul was serious, he would subpoena the financial records of BOFA. There are clear links between BOFA and the violent loads being deposited on American streets. Every time I try to call them, I get put on hold and it takes forever. Oh, God. I hate this fucking country, dude. I hate this country so much. Interstate travel for the purpose of engaging in criminal activities and aiding and abetting thereof. A federal prosecutor should have fun with that. My favorite genre of Twitter is conservatives pretending to understand the law, dude. I recently saw somebody saying that because somebody in Antifa hadn't been charged, or not in Antifa, someone Antifa aligned, hadn't been charged with a crime because there wasn't evidence for the crime, and then that person later went on to commit another real crime, some guy was like, sounds like the DA who let them go was complicit in the new crime. And there were people actually like discussing it underneath, like, yes, that is true. DAs who let people go are complicit in the crimes of the people who they let go in the future. Yes, yes, that is true. And my degree at Legal University has given me great insight into this. Q, where has the FBI been? Answer, too busy with creating a fake incident to investigate and prosecute General Flynn and real Donald Trump. Is this like a Russiagate thing? I don't know. This is good though. I'm here for it. I'm browsing Twitter. I don't know what's gonna come. Is it gonna be fucking gore coming? I have no idea. I suspect there were several BLM people on my flight Wednesday from Atlanta to DC. They were wearing all black and carrying backpacks. They talked to each other on the plane, but once off the plane, they separated and did not speak. Holy shit, dude. First of all, BLM and tens of millions of people have participated in BLM, but we're okay. Second of all, literally just, I saw some people wearing black next to each other on the plane, but then they walked away. What? Amy Methvin. Wife, mother of 2 grown sons, follower of Christ, pursuer of truth, 100% a QAnon account. 1,000,000% a QAnon account. 1 trillion%. Are there any other nice ratioed replies here? Rand Paul is a crisis actor. Rand Paul was at Sandy Hook. Does this count as doxing? Looking at people's Twitter profiles with information they put on their public pages? No, that does not count as doxing. I'm happy to hear that it doesn't count as doxing too, because if it did, then virtually all online content talking about other people would be doxing. How are all the comments making fun of this when the fucking top thing has 75,000 likes? I have no idea. What? They emptied their prisons to create a criminal army. I'm confused. Are we a bunch of snowflake soy boys, or are we a criminal army? The soy boys are like the girls in jail. The convicts feel right at home because they get to work and play together. Did I straighten it out for you? No pun intended. What the fuck? So wait. So wait. Antifa are like the big brutish criminals in prison, and the soy boys who eat frappuccinos and do their coffee at Starbucks are like the prison bitches? Or is it a trans thing? I don't know, dude. These people are so fucking crazy. Afraid? Ha! Police, military, militia, and heck, grandma with a handgun would lay waste to any pimple-faced Antifa gene pool rejects. Once the bullets start flying, they'll be clamoring for safe spaces, puppies, and bubbles. What's wrong with puppies and bubbles? What? Is that a bad thing? I'm sorry, I understand the insult he's trying to make, but like, once the bullets start flying, they'll be clamoring for like puppies? Yeah, dude, if I'm in a war zone, I'll be thinking about like my cool dog or something. What do you mean? Like, wait, is that... Yeah, it reminds me of Ian Miles Chong. Remember when Ian Miles Chong went through his phase where he would find pictures of men holding dogs and looking happy, and he would call them pussies for holding dogs and being happy? Or was it cats? I don't know. Yeah, he saw there was like a picture of a guy with a cat, and they were just happy, you know, holding the cat. And Ian Miles Chong was like, "You fucking bitch, you fucking pussy beta," or something. I don't know. There's some crazy shit going on in these people's heads. I have no fucking idea. I think they're referring to the puppy therapy rooms or some more rich lib university. I have never heard of a puppy therapy room at a university in my life. I guess that's cool. I mean, that sounds nice. We did have one thing though. Back in Humboldt, back in Arcata, there was a thrift shop / kitten adoption center that you could go to. And you could go and you could get thrift store stuff or give you their stuff or whatever. But in the back room, they had a bunch of kittens. And it was all rescue stuff, I think. I don't remember the details or whatever. But it was all like rescue-oriented stuff. And I'm so fucking far over there. I think you appear offline on the website. That's interesting. I have no idea why that would be the case. Well, YouTube it is. Anyway, yeah. We had puppy therapy at Humboldt, Lamau. I literally organized it a few times. Oh, that's sweet. Okay, never mind. Well, I just never went to it, I guess. What I was imagining was like a puppy therapy room. Like at all times in the university, there's just a room full of puppies, which would be good. That would be a good thing. That would be an excellent thing, in fact. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, they had a bunch of kittens. We went there a couple of times, and we would just play with the kittens, you know. They were very cute. And our apartment didn't have the size at the time to actually handle having a cat. But thanks to you guys, thank you very much, we had the money to get a larger house, and now the cats can run around. So we could get cats, you know? And then just shortly afterwards, we were able to get Artemy, because we found him on a tree just outside. What was I... anyway, okay. The story here is Rand Paul is dumb. This is dumb. This is dumb. It's dumb. It's dumb. True! Nice meme. Did I steal somebody's cat? No, we talked with the person who owned Artemy. We got Artemy. They had too many cats. We didn't just steal the cat. Jesus. Nice. Glad we got one segment out of today, and it ended up being a fucking talking about cats the half the time. All right. Are you talking to the congressional candidate today? Yeah, in like 20 minutes. You people exhaust me. God, this stream title? What? Why not talk about Destiny at all? Because the real reason is because I know there are a bunch of degenerate drama baiters in Destiny's community, and in my community, to be fair, who are only interested in hearing conversations about Destiny so that they can get clips from that and bring it to Destiny, and he can get mad, and then they bring me those clips, and it's an infinite recursive cycle of horse shit that has absolutely no content associated with it, okay? It's boring. I don't like engaging in circular drama. It's really, really boring for me. It's the same reason why I didn't pursue any of the class reductionist bullshit with Angie Speaks and Peter Coffin, even though they were fucking embarrassing afterwards. It's the exact same reason why I'm disassociating with Destiny's community as well. It's the same reason why I... Fuck, I've done this before, too. What about Trianon and Chapo? What is there to say about it? They have some negative perceptions of me. I think that a lot of their criticisms are misinformed or dumb. But like, what are you gonna do? It's just that's life. Yo. Yeah, what's up? Can I mute? Oh.
It's not like.
Oh, I'm muting for this one. All right, Monka S boys. Whoa, there we go, guys. Wowzers. Man, I can't believe oh, I hope none of you guys can read lips because Hyena was asking me for my credit card information, including the 3-digit code on the back, the CDC. That's called the CDC, right? CDD, DDC, something like that. Check this out, please. CVV. There we go. Thank you. CDC. Yeah. Was that my Jewish handler? Yeah, they were sent from Soros to take care of me. Oh god. I need to sleep more. I'm so tired. I just don't get much sleep. I'm not very good at taking care of myself in terms of just like general upkeep. So it's something I should probably work on. Why can't you sleep? The drama actually does bother me. I love drama with right-leaning people. I love drama with right-leaning people. The past 6 months has just been me arguing with leftists. I don't want to do that. I didn't think that me not being Bernie or bust, like that's it, not being Bernie or bust, would end up being a hill that I would have to fucking, gun people down from. Hey, Vosh, that shitty community try to get Destiny banned. That's a nice meme. I talked about it on his Reddit. It was literally 2 screenshots of people saying that Destiny should be banned from during our debate. Both of which have since been deleted, and it is policy in all of my communities that anyone who calls for that have their comments deleted or banned if they keep doing it. No one in my community, not no one in my community. My community is absolutely not. Why are we? Do I just have to make like Destiny a banned phrase? For a while, Vosh was a banned phrase in Destiny's community, so it would be like a kind of funny reciprocal, you know. All right. If you guys are ready for it, because you all are linking it, so I'll comment on it. If you're ready for it, I'll say something, but you might have to cancel me for it. Okay? It's about Destiny, and it's about Destiny on Twitter, which is the worst Destiny. Okay. So let's all set aside the whole catering to fascist thing and just acknowledge the pure, unadulterated edge. This did make me laugh. It's not politically good. It did make me laugh through sheer absurdity. That's it. We're not going to linger. I don't defend it. I don't endorse. I condemn. It did make me laugh, though. I condemn. I disavow. I disavow. Yeah. I disavow, okay. We've got 15 minutes. Let's read some donations. Cumtown tier? Yeah, if any of you have watched Cumtown, then you're probably no strangers to the idea of laughing at something and then disavowing it afterwards. That is, in fact, I think there's I think it's important to remember that comedy like that can exist, where it's terrible but you can still laugh, because the alternative is that we think anytime we laugh at something, we're endorsing the content of the thing we're laughing at, which really isn't true. And I think that can lead to a lot of like really sort of bad internal thoughts when you think that laughing at something like implicitly suggests that you politically agree with it. Entertain us, goddammit. I'm sorry, I've been tired today. Hold on. Dick Punk with $5. This is exactly how every single Nico House debate I've seen is win. Yellow Vest America was the same way. Oh, so Nico House is consistently this much of a fucking lunatic? Derek with $5. The sinking feeling when he said socialist MMA. Yeah. I don't care what people in chat try to gaslight me over, okay? I feel like I was pretty good faith with him for the most part. I let him go off on his whole fucking thing with Biden before I just asked him for his definition of fascism, and then he got, like, really defensive over it, and it all went downhill from there. Google Movement for a People's Party, it's wild. I'll look at it, Jack Attack. I think I've heard of people talking about it before. Mountain of Madness, thank you very much for the $5. I know you'll be mad about this, but he was super bad faith. He baited you in a couple of statements that'll follow you for a while. It'll follow me for a while. I don't know what that means exactly. What, the e-gangster thing? It's fine. It doesn't matter. Everyone who hates me already thinks that I'm a racist anyway. Christopher Swain with the 5 Canadian. Don't know what these guys in chat are thinking. He wasn't here in good faith. You did fine. Maybe more stern than he was used to, but you needed answers. Yeah, yeah. Totem Colt with an $10. Thank you. He would hear like 1 of 10 words in each of your sentences, then form some bad insult around the one word he misheard. One word he misheard, his brain seems very broken. Yeah, I think that's actually a really good description of his debate tactic. Yeah, he hears 1/10 of what I say, and then he insults me based off that 1/10. Fu with the $5. Thank you, comrade. B Crow with $5. Vosh, you literally did to him what Destiny did to you in your last debate. How? People, I've seen people online actually say it's a bad faith tactic to try to force somebody to answer a question in a debate. I've actually seen people say that. It was from the socialism MMA discussion, because I also tried to force him to answer questions. It's a really common thread for people like this, you know, who are like big tough guys online, you know. It's that what they'll do is they'll be fucking idiots, and they'll never let you discuss their idiocy because they'll constantly frame the discussion in their favor. They'll do that like nonstop. Like they'll say a dumb thing, and then they'll just move past it, and they'll only ever ask you leading questions. Why'd you call him an e-gangster, though? Because he was being a fucking tough guy. He was being like a keyboard warrior. Yeah, for sure. Manny the Left is the very kind $10. Bosh, you're right, Nico's really stupid. He couldn't define fascism and immediately tried to backpedal. That was absolutely insane. It's about what I would expect from like a Tulsi, from a Tulsi stan. Poor choice of words. Well, that's the thing. If you're even remotely charitable to me, you would hear e-gangster and you'd think like, oh, I know what Vosh means, but I can see how people could misinterpret that. But people aren't going to do that. They're going to be like, he was dog whistling. Oh, Nuberific. Of course he's going to pull the Vosh's racist card. Calcoro with the incredibly kind $10. You did the best you could in that debate. Here's sympathy dollars for having to listen to that drivel. Thank you very much, comrade. Here's to the next Bernie or Bust debate. I've got to put one of them in my fucking channel. It's still loaded language. Yeah, that would be why it's poor choice of words. E-gangster's gonna follow you. It's really not. If you guys make a huge deal over it, it will more so than others. Literally, all these people already think that I'm like subhuman anyway, so it really doesn't make a difference. when it comes to my public perception. But if you like freak out over it, like, oh my god, this is an optics disaster, then it will significantly exacerbate the issue. You guys need to be way the fuck more dogmatic. Holy shit! For all the criticism that I get from other people online. Dumb Bunny with the $5. Fuck IKEA. That's true. That's pretty goddamn true. Billy Drillkill with the $5. If you're saying Trump and Biden are the same, you're kind of admitting you don't give a fuck about trans people. No, I'm sure Biden would have also just randomly said that homeless shelters don't have to take trans people, and also tried to define trans people out of existence, and also tried to remove health coverage from trans people. Hardcore Val with the $5. This guy in Humanist Report had beef during the primary, and Humanist Report called this guy a fucking cultist. You were never going to get fair debate. Gotcha. Why do these are the only people who want to debate me? But these people have followings. I hate the online left. Somniostatic with the incredibly kind $50. Holy shit, my dude. That is really, really kind of you. Oh, and that's not the only one either. Today's my birthday, wieners. Happy birthday, Somniostatic. My god. You've been around since, like, pretty much the fucking beginning. I remember the bit war you guys got into a long time ago when I was playing Dead Road. Back when I was on Twitch, and you guys were so generous to me. It was the most money I had ever made in one day in my entire life. When you guys got into a bit war and ended up donating a total of like $300, it was like you and some other people. Holy shit. That was like, I think that was like one of the first days where I thought like, wow, this could be a job, you know? 240 plus 420 plus 421. Was it that high? Holy shit. I'm sorry, I forget. Most of my Twitch days are just a blur to me now, but yeah. God damn. Anyway, here's to another year of washing. All these other people are pussies and they all lie and they all suck at thinking with their brains, wieners. Fucking true, dude. Fucking true. I never will make any claims to being perfect, but god damn, dude, at least I know, like, at least I try to understand the stuff that I'm talking about, you know? I feel like a lot of people really don't. Thank you, man. Thank you for the $100. Happy birthday. To you and from everyone else here. You wish you were still allowed to stream on Twitch? I wish I could go on other people's Twitch streams. That would be nice, yeah. GGCO with the incredibly kind tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. You believe Israel can be saved and made a socialist paradise? Listen, as long as it's a non-ethno-state socialist paradise with leadership that fairly represents the interests of both the Israelis and of the Palestinians, then I mean, sure. But as long as we're wishing for that, then I'd also like to be 6'3", if I would. 6'2", just, it's not enough. 6'3", that could do it. Lacronic, I don't know who Richard Menhurst is, but I can take a look at it. Canada Rocker with a very kind $5. Sorry, Vosh, you so true patience. Maybe you'll have to only debate people as old or older than you. Young adults just rage and cope in bad faith. Was that guy not older than me? The Nico House guy? I have no idea how old he is. Yeah, he was married. He's 13, yeah. Tax Talk with the Dear One sub. Thank you, comrade. I'd love to see you have an interview / conversation with Daniel Harper, host of the I Don't Speak German podcast. And you'll be wanting to talk to them. I'll talk to almost anybody. It's usually other people who have issues with talking to me. Brucewick with the Dear One sub. Thank you, comrade. Ismael Serrano with the $5. Has the bridge with Destiny officially been burned? Yes, irreparably so, I'm afraid. Dirt Egg with the $2. Why a protein bar just before stream every time? It's all I can eat for breakfast. I don't like big meals in the morning. Markinator with the $5. Bad Empanada blocks anyone on Twitter who dares question anything he says, like me. Also, have you seen Destiny going full edgelord fascist? I have seen what Destiny has been up to. But I will not be able to convince him to not do those things, so he will continue to do them, I'm afraid. Rowlike with the $5. As a Soakdem, could you give me good arguments or videos that could convince me that being a comrade is a better thing? Yeah, I mean, essentially, the easiest argument to make is the inherent unfairness of private property. The idea that society and society's power structures are organized almost entirely around the conditions which lead to one person owning a bunch of property to the detriment of a bunch of other people. That's like the easiest call line there. Attacking private property The idea that everything was originally the common good that has since been stolen from us is a pretty compelling one. Keep in mind that the whole world belonged to every individual human being all at once originally. You could walk from one end of the continent to another, and you die along the way because you'd be attacked by a saber tooth or something. But you could walk from one end to another. It's all yours. So when something that was once everyone's is made private property, they're taking it from you. They're taking it from everyone. And that's not a big deal if it's just one little patch of land. It's not a big deal if it's just like one, little section of a lake, but we've cut up the whole world now, and now people only really get to be in, well, parts of the world that they're told it's okay to be in. And with our war on the homeless, we can't even be out in the streets, really. You can be out in the streets if you're well-dressed and doing something, but if you're just living, the streets aren't really there for you. Private businesses won't open themselves up to you. And the houses won't, because those are personal property owned by people. And the police will come and bully you off the parks. So where do you go? It seems like the only place right now that's truly the commons are parts of the countryside so far out into the wilderness that police can't come and harass you, or homeless shelters. And even then, they're accepting you as conditional. Everyone's been segmented, divvied up, and put into different little boxes where they're allowed to be. It doesn't have to be that way. Markedator with the $5. How can you like knowing better after what he said about Christopher Columbus and BLM? Well, that's the thing. I don't know what he said about Christopher Columbus and BLM. I have no idea. So it doesn't affect my opinion of him at all. Couchy with the $5. Love your streams, Wash. I'm a math student, TA, and your streams and VODs help keep me sane while marking first-year calculus papers. Happy to keep you company, comrade. Danger Boy Eric with the $5. Holy shit, guys like this are the reason I almost fell down the alt-right pipeline in college. Also, what the fuck was all that toxic masculinity shit? There is a ton of toxic masculinity on the left. These people are actually, like, unironically, like, super duper 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 fucking in need of some introspection on their behavior. It sounds like a woke scoldy thing for me to say, but there are a lot of guys on the left who will actually, like, back up. The funny thing is, I make fun of this. When I make jokes about, like, femoids or how, like, the superior masculine in intellect, I'm trying to make fun of this, but, like, while I recognize I probably, latently definitely have some sexist tendencies. In fact, not latently. I mean, you can ask my partner. Nobody's perfect. But in a broader political sense, I try not to introduce this to the arguments that I make on stream, Like, even if there are issues with my thought process, because we all have those, I'm not going to, like, go on here and project them onto my discourse. At least not, I try not to. But some people, I feel like some lefties will come on here and they've got internally, like, unaddressed issues, and they will just vomit it onto any discussion that is being had. And wowzers, it is time to have a conversation with somebody. Oh, God, wait, hold on. Can I just have a second? Can I just have, like, a fucking moment after today's exhausting stream, even though we haven't done anything? Holy shit. Nico went full Vosh derangement syndrome in this tweet. This is not a good way to help me. Yep, here we go. Imagine standing a racist pedophile who stands for a segregationist sex pest. Wait, I thought I was the sex pest. Wait. Who? Wait. Which one? Is Biden the sex pest there? Maybe we're all sex pests. But yeah, anyway, as a general rule, anyone who calls me a pedophile is legitimately fucking deranged and has absolutely no right to talk about me. Or be taken seriously. Alright, hold on. We're chilling out for a second. I know YouTube will never let me do it, but wouldn't it be fucking poggers as shit if we could just watch a marathon of Video Game Donkey? videos? Wouldn't that be amazing? I think that'd be so cool. Donkey probably wouldn't mind. Yeah. Bosher was saying poggers a lot recently. Yeah, it's because Kanye says stuff like that, so I've picked it up a little bit, but, you know. Ask Donkey get his permission that it's protected under copyright law. Well, the issue isn't whether or not it's protected. The issue is that the copyright ID system would still flag my stream, and it could take weeks to address it, which means I wouldn't be able to stream during that time. So even if I was given legal permission, it wouldn't help that much. Okay, we're interviewing a serious person with a serious run for Congress now. Oh man. Holy shit, man. I'll check that out shortly. Why did I just open Steam? That what? Okay. Ugh. Wait, no response. There's one other guy who wants to talk about burn your bus stuff with me. I think they're advocating for like voting green in like far blue or far red states or something like that. This guy also wants to debate me. He says that I have Trump derangement syndrome. Yet I claim to support third parties. I don't support third parties. Yeah, bro, bring me on. Well, hold on. I've got a congressional candidate to interview, and then I'll have my 87th fucking burn your bus debate. Oh, holy shit. Wait, hold on. Wait, what the fuck? Wait, this is sick as shit. Hello. Wireless keyboard cuts out the first letter sometimes. All right, hold on. Hello, hello?
Hello. I'm gonna figure this camera. There's that. Okay.
Nice. Just one moment. Echo. Oh, okay. It only came through the first time. As long as it registers proper. Nice. Hold on. Let me get your camera set up.
Is this clear? It's not echoing or anything then?
It sounds pretty good from my end, yeah. If it changes, I'll let you know.
Okay, good.
Gotcha. Just 1 second. Let me, just so you know we're live now, let me get the camera set up proper. I'm never able to do this quickly. Oh, wait. No, okay, hold on. I'm getting better. Beautiful.
I just started talking, so of course the dog comes over.
Nice. You talking actually helps because the mic adjusts to the volume level of your voice, which means it doesn't pick up as much of the fan.
Oh, fantastic. I didn't know if you could hear the fans or anything.
Nah, not as long as you're talking.
All right.
Okay. Hey there, would you like to introduce yourself?
So, right then. Okay, so I'm Liam O'Mara. I'm the candidate for Congress in the 42nd in Southwest Riverside County.
Fantastic.
I'm also a professor of history, focused on the history of ideas.
What does that mean, the history of ideas?
The technical term would be like an intellectual or cultural historian. Basically, you trace the movement of ideas from place to place and their development. So I tend to look at large systems of thought as opposed to focusing on a specific event or sequence of events.
Gotcha. Interesting. That sounds distinctly Hegelian to me. At least as per my limited understanding of his extensive works. That's wonderful. What motivated you to run?
Well, that's kind of a complex issue. I guess the shortest way to boil that down is I'm kind of furious at 40 years of decline in the real economy following a lot of like neoliberal policies. I mean, we're down to 52nd in the world in freedom, 35th in health, 27th in social mobility. And I have to look students in the eyes and realize and explain to them that they will not have the same opportunities as previous generations. I mean, my generation, Gen X, was the first one in American history not to do well as its predecessor, as the boomers. And the millennials are worse off than me, and the Gen Z are worse off than the millennials. And I'm just kind of pissed off that so many politicians are just sitting there going, doing nothing as we become a developing country.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think it's difficult to really, oh God, how do I put this exactly? It's difficult to like really accept the feeling of a civilizational decline from the perspective of an individual. Because, I mean, like, Rome took forever to collapse, frankly. You know, any individual lifespan is going to see a very small segment of history. But really, like, in every material way, the proportion of our society's resources is just not being equitably distributed. What do you plan to do about that?
Well, there is, first off, there's a whole range of different bills or ideas. I'm going to walk in with a whole stack of ideas just because I'm a nerd, and try to find coalitions, work with people to try and get things done. But the single biggest thing that I think that I could contribute to politics, and one of the reasons to get into it, is that I'm accustomed to taking complex ideas and breaking them down for people in a classroom. So I want to contribute to that public sphere discussion. I want to be one of those people standing on the floor of the House, shouting and screaming and trying to get attention to something and giving media interviews and out there talking about issues to push us along, rather than just passively accepting where we are.
Gotcha. I see that the district you're in has, and this is what I'm mostly curious about, because I know, because I looked up, you know, your history and your interests. I know I'm going to agree with you on so many ideological and political positions. But what I'm really interested in, I guess, is that gap that seems to exist between people with genuinely progressive ideas and making it in the broader political space. So in your case, for example, the district that you're in, I know it's pretty rough for blue. I think that historically California's 42nd tends to lean like 55 to 45 in favor of Republicans. And I was wondering, how well do you think your ideas sell to traditional Republican voters?
The short answer is that we're actually better off than your generic mainstream liberal type is in the district. And you can see that just in the history of the area and what kind of things have worked out here. If you go back to 2008, we had a candidate running that came within 2 points of beating the incumbent, and he did so by talking primarily about, you know, economics, our living standards, kitchen table type issues, political corruption, constant war, issues that do have a lot of bipartisan appeal. Conservatives constantly talk about corruption as a big issue, and 90% of Americans think it's a huge issue. Trump's drain the swamp worked for a reason. Or the anti-intervention stuff. Again, this district was taken by Trump by 12 points. Trump ran as an anti-interventionist. It's not how he's governed, but of course we knew that. But the idea is still appealing. So focusing in on the things that matter most to a larger number of people has helped us a lot. Our outreach has been primarily to independents, and they're the key to the district. The district is right now about 38% Republican to 33% Democrat. So no one wins without the independents. And if you can touch them on their issues without offending them on other issues, it works. I actually have quite a few self-identified conservative supporters of the campaign, including some people who have gone from MPP and literally registered as Democrat just to register support for me. And they know that I'm a progressive. And it doesn't matter because I'm talking about the issues that matter more to them.
That's fantastic. I think that was kind of representative of Bernie's approach towards these issues as well. And it's that fundamentally, I mean, there are many differences between Republicans and Democrats, especially these days. But fundamentally, we do want good lives for our children. We do want good, stable jobs. We do want union representation in many fields, you know. Even a lot of Republicans who generally denounce unions will praise their own. You know, there's we like these things, and by ignoring the culture war facade, this obsession with narratives, and addressing very simple economic truths that all of us benefit from, Bernie was able to get, I think, a pretty decent reception from Republican folk. And if you're able to do the same, if you're able to do the same, I think you would be a blueprint. In a sense, you would be an indication that you don't have to move further to the right to appeal to these Republican voters.
That honestly is one of the big reasons to run, because I want to show people, and this just comes again from me looking at the history of how this has played out. Progressives and literally people on the left used to dominate large parts of the heartland of this country when we talked about working class issues. It's not like people in rural areas were less socially conservative than they are now. It's that they were more motivated by the things that people were talking about. When we stopped going there, when we stopped actually talking about kitchen table issues and walked away, these are decisions that go back into the 60s and 70s. In the early 1970s, the Democrats made a conscious decision to focus on highly educated professionals and to abandon the working class, which opened the door to the Reagan Democrats phenomenon and the slow gobbling up of large parts of the working class by the Republicans. This has had disastrous consequences for the country as a whole, for our living standards, because while, I mean, Republicans will sometimes talk a good talk about people's lives, their policies are deeply destructive. So I think that we need to get back to talking to people, and win or lose, if we improve upon the past showings in a district this conservative, we're showing that this can work anywhere in the country, especially if the races are better funded.
I absolutely. I think this is one of the biggest weaknesses of the Democratic Party. It's why there are a lot of people on the left who say they don't want to win. They don't try very hard in districts that they feel they don't have an easy shot in. They won't run candidates in large swaths of the South, even though a lot of these people in the South are receptive to this messaging. So your opponent,
wherever they can, even though
1 second, sorry, your audio cut out from the beginning. Could you repeat that?
I'm sorry. And they'll frequently work hard to stop progressive candidates, even though those messages are going to resonate better with voters. So yeah, I mean, there's a reason people often say they don't really want to win. That's not really true. They want to win, but they want to win on their terms and on the strategy laid out by the DLC in the 70s, which they've been married to ever since.
Your opponent is going to be Ken Calvert, an incumbent Republican who's been holding the district for, I believe, 8 years.
Time for him to retire, I would think, especially since in that time he's authored almost no legislation, never chaired a committee. He's basically a ghost. And the things that he does back actively make our lives worse in this district.
What does he represent?
Well, he represents, first off, the military-industrial complex. His biggest donors are defense contractors, as well as real estate developers. He came out of real estate himself and has actually enriched himself at our expense. He was actually investigated by the FBI for some BS he did trying to, like, buy land, you know, knowing that it was going to be affected by a piece of legislation and then profiting immensely from it. He represents, well, the kind of race-baiting law and order rhetoric. He's really doubled down on on a lot of the policing narratives right now, focusing on fear of crime and fear of the other. He's encouraged a lot of anti-immigrant actions, going out and rocking buses full of asylum seekers, that sort of thing. He basically plays upon fear and emotion in order to cover up the fact that he's not actually doing anything to help anyone.
Yeah, that's the culture war narrative. That's what Republicans will do every single time when it's because like Trump's presidency, what has he gotten done in 4 years? Damn near nothing, really. I mean, certainly there's legislation he's passed, the tax cuts, he's passed legislation to enable big business. But in terms of like the building the wall, draining the swamp, these are laughable failures. So come re-election time, he plays up fear, he plays up division. For you to be able to unseat such an entrenched incumbent Republican, that would be an incredible upset. I mean, that would be like almost like a model for future aspiring Congress people. Is this your first campaign?
It is, yeah. So we've obviously had to do a lot of work in terms of building name recognition, and that has been steadily growing in the year and a half, something like that we've been at this. And obviously the district has severe fundraising problems because people tend to look at a long-term incumbent in a conservative district and say, it's not worth it. But we do really well with small dollar fundraising, and we have managed to build a fantastic data and field operation. And our numbers are right now the best they have been in this district since the 1990s. The primary turnout was better than it was in the 2008 primary when Calvert almost lost. So we really are laying out a message that does resonate with a much wider audience and showing the ability to build larger coalitions.
That is incredible to hear. How do you plan on responding to the BLM, the Tough on Crime narrative? Have you talked much about your thoughts on this or what you would promise to do about it if elected to Congress?
We have a bit, and of course he's tied me to the whole defund the police narratives and whatnot because it's great for fear mongering. I've actually pointed out, as far as the defund ideal goes, I wouldn't actually, fire any of the current police. I'd let them retire out, but put more money into other essential services to essentially make them less and less relevant. And I've tried to point to people in terms of a general argumentation on this, because I do talk about crime in the area and what the policing is generally aimed at. And the key issue always is poverty. And not just poverty in absolute terms, but even there, we have more poverty in the U.S. than Mexico does, more than the entire developed world. And beyond that, there's the questions of relative poverty. People will often throw out the higher crime rate that you see among African Americans, but they leave out the 10-to-1 wealth disparity between Black and white America. And that has a significant impact on how people grow up and their perception of the world in which they're in. So I keep saying, if you want to lower crime, solve the freaking social problems in the first place. Put money in people's hands, provide adequate social services, provide healthcare and jobs and housing, and crime rates will plummet, which in the long run cuts down on the need for a lot of this really aggressive policing, which of course will solve the problem of massive police brutality.
Yeah, that's the old saying, right? The safest neighborhoods don't have a lot of police. The safest neighborhoods have a lot of nice infrastructure. That's right. What they have more than anything else. The most police are in the worst neighborhoods. So there's clearly not a positive, correlation between the presence of police and the uplifting of these communities. Not to say police don't have their functions, of course, but yeah, addressing things from a socioeconomic perspective. I graduated with a degree in sociology, so I'm always inclined to see things from that perspective. But I think the data works out there just pretty darn well.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. But it's always difficult for people to kind of win these empirical arguments when you have these really compelling culture war narratives. Mm-hmm. And the incumbent, of course, is circle the wagons, protect the police. And I'm like, okay, cool. Let's protect the police by putting them less often in harm's way by actually reducing the causes of crime. It's a matter of, and I try to do this in almost every single issue in the campaign, I try to drill people down to the core issue. What is actually causing it? Instead of dancing on the surface. I see constantly in politics, on left and right, people basically slapping a Band-Aid on a hemorrhage. They're not really talking about the real problems, they're talking about symptoms. Trump himself, for all the ire and motivation that he gets for a lot of like liberals to come out and vote and whatnot, Trump himself is not really the problem. Trump is a symptom of long-term decline. Trump was made possible by Reagan and Bill Clinton. If we can't really address those core issues and start pushing back against this right populist narrative, we're going to end up a literal fascist dictatorship, and we are teetering on the edge of it already. But the solution really to right populism is left populism, not milquetoast centrism. You have to address the core issues that motivated it, because frequently right populists, they do touch on legitimate problems, they just have no idea how to solve them, and we do.
That's been my complaint for such a long. There are right populists online, and that's always been my line with them. Agree with them on solutions, not on problems. Because when a right populist says the elites are strangling middle class America, you do not know which group of elites they're talking about. There are a lot of directions they can go with that. I couldn't agree. I couldn't agree more, and I couldn't agree more with your with your assessment, I guess, of our path out of here. Liberalism, like very milquetoast, center-leaning corporate liberalism, has never exactly been an effective shield line against encroaching fascism. In fact, very often the two end up getting together at some point. And to an extent, they already have. The extent to which the prison and the military-industrial context or complexes have sort of backed the Trump admin, kind of show what direction that presidency might end up going in. I want to turn on that with regards to the aforementioned liberal centrism. Do you feel Joe Biden is a good candidate to represent the Democratic Party?
That's kind of a complex question to ask a Democratic candidate, I think. But I would say no. In fact, Joe Biden is about as bad as Hillary Clinton was. And in fact, one of the reasons that there are a lot of current predictions saying that Trump is somehow going to pull this back off. He, of course, has all the advantages of an incumbent, but we're not running a candidate that's genuinely talking about the real issues. It gets back to the same kind of thing you had in 2016, where Clinton's campaign strategy was basically just orange man bad and to focus on disaffected conservative voices. But there are more disaffected populist and leftist voices than there are conservatives who will defect. Most Republicans are going to stick with this. In fact, Trump is more popular than any Republican president in the modern period. He's far more popular than Reagan ever was. So he's not going to lose those conservative voices. So it all really is going to come down to those swing voter issues. And populists have determined every single presidential election going back into the 80s except for 2004. They will be the decisive vote in this again. And if we cannot articulate an effective populist message that swings some of them back the way that Obama did in 2008, then Trump will hold a lot of them. I've often pointed out to people, as different as these guys are, as different as their policy prescriptions are, about 12% of Bernie's primary voters went to Trump. And that's based solely on the rhetoric. It's him talking about jobs, it's talking about saving the middle and working classes. People don't really generally understand the details of policy, but if they feel heard, it's going to motivate enough votes to matter. And I worry that Biden is not going to be able to do that.
I completely agree. I could fill the rest of this interview, in fact, with scathing criticisms of Joe Biden and of the DNC in general. I think at the moment they are at their very best, with all possible charity, a poorly constructed stick wall against the encroaching tide of fascism. And we'll leave it at that, I guess.
But that's really, it's a historical truth too. Liberals have never been able to stand up to fascist and neo-fascist movements, not anywhere in the world.
Nope.
The left can, and left populists can. Liberals do not. It's not an effective bulwark against these kind of arguments. So, and this again is me coming at this as a historian saying, we need to get more involved in politics and push back against them.
No, I couldn't I couldn't possibly agree more. With regards to the the argument you were making about the economy, I completely agree. I feel like nobody talks about the economy anymore except in like 2 or 3 very specific, very meaningless ways. We talk about unemployment's not meaningless, but as a reflection of the health of the working class, it is very, very, very much an incomplete picture. And we talk about the stock market, and that's it. And those are the only two. And if the economy's good, it's because unemployment's low, stock market's high. And if the economy's bad, it's because the opposite. Nobody talks about any other metric, and for that reason, we free up all the remaining media airtime to talk about meaningless cultural issues or to play up conspiracy narratives.
I have been trying to make that exact point over and over for the entire time this campaign's been going on. You go back to the 1960s, 90% of stock market transactions were in the real economy, meaning the money circulating. So the companies that were worth more were the ones that employed more people with good jobs and produced more stuff. Today, it's 90% speculation. The stock market has essentially no impact on the overall economy. It's quite disconnected from it. And hopefully people noticed that it continued to soar as unemployment went up here during this pandemic. And job creation numbers, they don't matter if they're not living wages, if they're not good jobs. You can produce as many bullshit jobs making minimum wage as you want. It actually has nothing to do with the strength of the underlying economy, which is, and again, I try to make this contrast. Well, I try to point it out using the term real economy. The real economy is the money circulating, the money in the hands of the middle and working classes as they're buying and selling stuff. That's what we should be paying attention to. And the numbers in the media, they're irrelevant for the most part.
Yeah, we have like, it's 2 completely different economies, one of which represents actual, it doesn't have to be actual dollar bills, but actual money used by real people to purchase real things that go into real businesses that pay their taxes and sell products. But then you have, but all we talk about is this like, this vortex, this like black hole economy where gravity doesn't work and the rules have absolutely no bearing on the way, like Tesla, for example. The fact that Tesla is considered like a top-ranking company or that it's highly valued in the marketplace is like I have a thing for Elon Musk. I'm sorry, I'm not trying to bully specifically, but the fact that a company that exists in that way, that runs that way, is considered to be like this titan of our economy is ridiculous. And the fact
Apple,
or
the
Apple,
most
yeah.
company, what they make almost nothing. It's just a bunch of contractors in Taiwan or whatever cranking out their parts. There's a few designers in Cupertino. How is it more valuable than General Electric?
I don't know. And that's part of the point. They've made it so obtuse and complicated that no average person, unless they have an education or are very passionate on the subject, could ever really understand the way the economy works. They have abstracted it to the point where we're alienated from the actual consequences of our economic policy. So when somebody like Bernie cuts through and they're like, no, forget all of that. Real wages, real jobs, healthcare, working class people, and actually addressing, I almost feel like people are shocked. Like we have Stockholm syndrome from decades of politicians exclusively describing the economic reality through abstract buzzwords.
And people actually thinking frequently that we had good economies. I mean, it honestly bothers me when people talk, we had such a great economy under Bill Clinton, and we had such a great economy under Barack Obama. No, we didn't. We had exactly the same problems that we have now. The real economy remained in steady decline through the entire period. And both of those administrations passed things that contributed to that decline. What we had were great stock markets and low unemployment. That's not the economy. And until enough voters really get that on a visceral level, and I think this is one of the reasons that populists are our swing voters, because even if they don't understand the policy aspects of it, they do feel it, and they feel that insecurity, and they vote on the basis of it.
I completely agree. I think a lot of people forget that. I saw a mock-up of this for the 2016 election. I imagine it's going to be the same in the 2020, but if you took not voted, so if you're an eligible voter who hasn't voted, as a political candidate, they would have won every state in 2016, every single state. And we fight over them, But as you said earlier, right now, Republicans and Democrats are as entrenched in their respective candidates as they ever have been in all of modern American history. The number of people saying nothing could change their vote has only risen with each election, and now we're here and we're battling over this this group of people who I think are apathetic. They haven't seen much evidence that the vote swinging either way will really benefit their lives. And I feel like it would only take one good presidency, one good candidate, one good left populist to show them that we absolutely can reach them. Their lives can be made better through policy. We just need the right people.
We do, but I'll push back slightly on the whole president part because it would be still pretty easy, given how entrenched these different media narratives are and the corporate consolidation in media, to basically make any left populist presidency into a failure. The key action really has to be in Congress. We need 200 squad members. That's really all it comes down to. If we can get in enough candidates on clean money pledges willing to do the real work, we can pass real legislation. And at that point, it doesn't matter if the president's a milquetoast centrist. If a Democratic Congress overwhelmingly passes something, they're going to sign it. They're going to see the writing on the wall. We have to push from more from the state level and from the congressional level, and then from that gain control over the presidency eventually.
I couldn't possibly agree more, by the way, with that.
But these president figures, though, some of them can serve an important function in many ways.
Uh-oh. Oh, no. Sir. Uh-oh. Yeah, the CIA finally got him. Uh-oh, folks. They saw the threat of left populism in Congress, and they were saying, whew, we can't have that. They hit him with the Ethernet gun. I'll just leave that up there, I guess. Oh. Whoop. Whoop. Zombie Liam is coming. Well, I'll bring that back when he's back. Will I edit this part out of the VOD? Will I keep it in? I genuinely don't know, but here I am. Yeah, spam the donation page. Of all the candidates that I've seen who have a legitimate shot at Congress on a left populist platform, Liam Amara is by far the one that I'm most excited about. How fucking cool would it be if we interviewed a guy and he ended up being a fucking congressman? How cool would that be? Like, I'd be like, damn, dude, I talked with a congressman. Yeah, I got him into Congress. Yeah, of course. Oh, yeah, you know. Oh, hello? Hello, hello? Oh. I'll wait on that. The political candidates always have the worst mics and cameras. The people we bring on. I'll probably just edit this part out. Oh, the guy we debated earlier has now resorted entirely to posting like clips from Nazi accounts saying that I'm a pedophile. Man, their horseshoe theory is real, dude. These There we go. Can we ask him if he'll bring back the locks? Oh, did he cut his hair? Wait, hold on. Did he cut his hair up for,
We have Dr. Leah
Oh, here's the Young Turks.
O'Mara. Thank you so much for being here.
Wow.
Yes,
My
thanks
pleasure.
for being here with us.
My
and you're a
pleasure.
congressional candidate,
I am indeed.
but you're also a college professor with a PhD in history.
Yeah.
Holy shit, this dude is a fucking dwarf warrior king. Holy fuck, he braided his beard.
Yes, I am. I actually can look back at what works and, craft new policies based on the evidence. I think we'd get farther.
And so you're running in, California's 42nd congressional district, right? And so you're running to unseat Representative Ken Calvert.
Correct.
Why should Congressman Calvert be unseated?
Okay. Well, first off, you can point to the issues of xenophobia. He's definitely played with a lot of racially charged imagery, pushed a lot of anti-immigrant rhetoric. He, at one point, encouraged supporters to go out and rock buses full of migrant children seeking asylum, which is just a terror tactic. But I think the things that stand out more to me, really, are him showing up frequently on lists of the most corrupt people in Congress. He's willing basically to take whatever money people give them and vote along those lines. And he's also missing in action as far as the actual constituents are concerned. He does not hold town halls. He does not answer questions most of the time. You can't get him to do much of anything. And his office has literally stated that if someone did not vote for him, he's not interested in talking to them.
And on this, stay on this topic of Congress, the current Congress, a lot of voters seem to be unhappy. A lot of voters are happy, a lot of voters are fine, but a lot of voters are unhappy. They felt like there was going to be some sort of like a stronger sense of change after the last election. Where do you stand with that? And then I also want to touch on where you stand.
Apparently what's happening is Discord is forcing an update, which is causing him to have to restart his computer. That's Hello.
Hello.
I
It didn't even ask me. It just like turned the video right back on as soon as it opened again.
Hey,
But,
I knew they couldn't keep a good man down.
It was a Discord issue. It crashed the app, and then I couldn't restart it without it downloading a whole new package and updating itself.
That's okay. We were just having a dance party over here while you were gone. But I am happy to have you back. We actually saw, because people were linking in chat, a TYT interview from you back in 2019. You had some incredibly impressive beard braids back then. Or beard braids, sorry.
I was honestly both surprised, happy, and gratified that I did as well as I did among the Democratic base, despite not looking like a conventional candidate in any way, shape, or form. I mean, my endorsement to the California Democratic Party was literally unanimous, and I did it with a beard down to my navel.
What did you remove them because you felt you had to, or did you just decide?
Oh no, it was honestly more because my fiance was never a big fan of them, so it kind of gave me an excuse for a change. And honestly, I've changed my beard style quite a few times over the ages. I mean, I haven't seen my chin in 25 years, but I'd take the sides off, or I'd lower the sides, or I'd grow it thicker, or I'd keep it short. I mean, I used to change the style constantly. Somebody just said, why don't you grow it out and try with the braids? I was like, okay, cool, I'll do that. And it was like, I don't know, 6-7 years into it, which is the longest I'd had the same style in quite a while.
Damn.
So time for a change.
Yeah, I haven't seen my chin in a while either. I'd always thought, beard braids would, sorry, I keep saying beard braids. Beard braids would be cool one day. But that is an enormous commitment, one way or another. Enormous respect on my end for those things. With regards to politics, though, the other thing, sadly, with regards to that, so anyone who's watching me, I think is going to be on board with your policies. Before you cut out, you said something I agree with so much, which is that building a base of power in Congress is our big step moving forward. And we can see that the squad, small as it is now, has already massively influenced at least discourse within the Democratic Party, and that yeah, growing from that point is useful, not only because that's power, but also because a progressive left president is never safe. Every 4 years, you never know. Whereas a progressive left congressional candidate could potentially reside in a safe district for their entire lives, moving the country left during. So my question to you is, if you were able to get into Congress, if you won, what would you do to try to consolidate that populist left power in the halls of Congress?
Well, ultimately, it gets back to the fight in the public sphere. And the Democratic Party has not been able to push back at all against the drift into neo-fascism from the right because they don't have their own vision for solving the real problems. It just, there's nothing that they can say that's genuinely helpful there. So, I mean, well, we've gone from control of 3/4 of state houses to control of 1/3 of them. We've lost most governor's mansions. We've lost most presidential elections in the last 30 years. This is going to continue until you can start talking about issues that bring in those swing voters and that actually touch on. You mentioned that the largest share of the population are the ones who don't bother to vote. They don't vote because they think a lot of politics is bullshit, and I honestly agree with them. Most politicians are not really willing to talk about the real issues. They're not willing to sit down and face their constituents. I mean, hell, my incumbent hasn't had a town hall in more than a decade. He doesn't answer any questions presented by his constituents. He literally blocks them on social media. I mean, we need to get back to talking to real people about real issues. And I think, honestly, the way to do that really has to be in Congress and in the state houses.
Yeah, it sounds like he just doesn't really care anymore, or is maybe even contemptuous.
He is, yeah, and he knows that he can whip up his own conservative base to turn out every time, and he counts on the Democrats never effectively raising enough money and never running on issues that will resonate with enough of the swing voters. We have the latter already, which is why, again, the numbers that are best since the 1990s, they're the best since he got into office. But raising money in these districts is hard, and that's honestly true in conservative districts all across this country. But the message would work if we can contribute to it and run people in those districts. And once you get in, you can hold them too, because you then have a platform to continue to articulate a vision that would genuinely improve the lives of ordinary people.
I couldn't agree more. Do you, should you win, do you plan on being as critical of the more moderate element of the Democrats from the left as some other members of the squad have? Do you intend on trying to pull the rest of the party left, if for no other way than by sort of shaming them for their, what I think is completely true, their complete inability to meaningfully respond to the economic anxiety that so many Americans are living with right now?
I think one key issue there, I mean, because, well, yes, but no, depending on the tactic you're talking about, because I think shaming honestly doesn't work terribly well, and certainly vote shaming doesn't work. In the same way that it actually bothers me that a lot of Democrats are basically attacking the Trump voters and trying to shame them for voting for Trump. Trump won this district by 12 points. You know, a lot of people supported him. We have to understand why and then win them back on the arguments. So my approach to the so-called moderate Dems isn't to bully them or shame them, but to show them empirically that their approach doesn't work, that it's ineffective, that it's not helping ordinary Americans, and to push things along. So it's a way of pushing back hard against that establishment, but I try to be as diplomatic as I can, which I think is one of the reasons that I pulled in so much of that traditional liberal base in my own race here. And I think that if you can do that, if you can run from the left within the party there and do it in a way that doesn't basically spit in the faces of a lot of those liberal Democrats, they'll still vote for you, because it doesn't matter if they're convinced by all your arguments yet, you're still the Democrat. And over time, your engagement patiently with them has a beneficial effect. It starts to change minds and bring them on board. But it's again, this is probably me being a historian, I tend to think more in terms of long-term strategies. How can we win these arguments? How can you draw people back to the kind of like FDR to LBJ sort of coalition that we used to have?
Yeah, no, I completely understand. It's also a very fine line to ride as well. The Democratic Party has done, at least in my opinion, a very poor job of responding to a lot of the changes in circumstance this country has gone through since 9/11, mostly. Done a very poor job of addressing the hopes and fears of this country. And I think it's reflected in large part by the fact that we're still capable of losing elections when we have significantly more registered Democrats than we do registered Republicans. The fact that clearly they're not doing the right things to appeal to their base. And if you can... And
they've forgotten what their base really is, which is why turnout keeps falling and why we keep losing the working class.
Yeah. I hope the Democratic turnout in the primaries was massive. I hope that it turns out to be the same for the general election and for the down ballot ticket as well, because it would be very disappointing if we stoke all this fervor through all of 2019, first half of 2020, and then Democrats just come out and they don't care. You know, they don't care to vote anymore. I think a lot of Republicans have a vigor that Democrats don't have when it comes to their respective candidates.
Right, and largely because of the types of overall national policies being pursued, and this is where it gets sort of complicated, and it kind of gets back to your Biden question. Fear is not a huge motivator for liberal voters. It's not a huge motivator for leftist voters. It doesn't work. Fear of Trump is not enough to drive people to the polls or keep them there. You have to offer a compelling vision for the country and how you can make things better. This is something we failed to do in 2004, something we failed to do in 2016, something we're failing to do now. But a lot of congressional candidates, a lot of state elections, people are beginning to do that. And there are people also at that, at top level, running for president, whatever, that are beginning to push us in the right direction. Honestly, I mean, I've been a fan of Bernie since like 91, watching him like scream about the Gulf War. But I was also quite appreciative of Andrew Yang's race, in large part because he was able to draw people from both sides of the aisle by talking about those core issues. If we can just get back to that kind of language and really talk about what would make life better, we can change this entire country.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Pivoting a little bit, I'm curious, to what extent has COVID-19 affected your ability to meaningfully campaign and organize?
Less to campaigning than I think people might think. I mean, obviously we can't be out there knocking doors. We're doing a lot of like big public events, but we do tons of Zoom events, and we've kept our phone banking and text banking teams very busy. And gotten really good numbers and results from that. I was quite appreciative of and thankful for having such a young, dynamic campaign team already, because we very quickly adapted to a more digital infrastructure. And as long as we can keep them funded, the field team is just fantastic at getting the calls, and the data team pulls together good lists. We did a joint operation with the California State Democratic Party with 14 congressional candidates, and we were 4 people short of second place in terms of positive identifications. We can pull together good lists and contact the right voters. So, I mean, we were able to adapt, I guess, is the key issue there. The most significant way that COVID affected us is the fundraising, because obviously there's a massive spike in unemployment. A lot of people lost jobs. There's tons of insecurity. So people started focusing on, the safer type districts.
Do you with regards to your with regards to your upcoming elections, you've said that you believe you have a very decent shot at this, and based on what I said before talking to you, I agree, because there are a lot of people across the country who are running as progressives or sometimes even as socialists, and many of them are in deep, deep red districts. And it's mostly just a way of consolidating power, getting visibility, legitimization, and I think that's wonderful. I think that's great. And I'm curious, as somebody who may very well be on the cusp of a successful campaign, or at the very least someone who's run a phenomenal one, what advice would you give to other people looking to run as progressive Democrats in red-leaning or swing districts?
Well, the first is to say, do it. Because if we don't get involved, if we don't push the party, if we don't get involved in these primaries, that's how we end up with so many of these BS candidates in the first place. Our standing outside is never going to encourage the Democratic Party to reform. It doesn't matter how many elections are lost with these kind of neoliberals. That's not going to teach a lesson. The only way to change it is to get involved. And if we get enough electeds in, that gives us control over the DCCC and the DNC because it's based upon electeds. So we have to get involved. The key thing that I would point to in terms of encouraging people is to be as conciliatory as you can, to try and work with people, to try and bring more people in instead of pushing them away. If you stand there in a kind of like self-righteous preachy mode, which I totally get, it's understandable. A lot of things really piss me off in this country right now, but it doesn't work. It's not effective. So it takes a great deal of patience to spend the time talking to people, trying to explain the perspective that you have there, and then showing them results from it. And the more good races we have, the more races that we win with squad members, and the more races we get close. I mean, I'm watching closely things like Kara Eastman's run. I mean, again, running in a red district, but running as a progressive. I mean, if we can do this, if we can improve upon the previous performances or win these seats outright, we are showing how this can be done. And at the end of the day, it all comes down to whether or not people are willing to support us. I make a lot of like cheesy references to, like, I don't know, you go to Starbucks or something, get a coffee. People are thinking, well, it's $5. Canada doesn't need $5. If you give $5 a month and you give it to several candidates, and then a few thousand other people do the same thing, we can win any race in this country. So this sense of hopelessness or helplessness, I think that a lot of the left has learned in this country. You think, well, I'm not super rich, I can't contribute, I can't run, I can't help out a campaign. Yes, you can. If you can afford $5, you can absolutely help.
I couldn't agree more, especially since, I mean, it could conceivably be a pretty good long-term investment too. You know, you put your money into that candidate, if they end up winning and end up being able to influence policy, that could end up...
And you're pushing the direction of the country as a whole, because every one of these candidates that you support is someone else who gets airtime, who gets to publish, who gets to talk about their ideas and push the country forward. And every one of them who wins is another person on the floor of the House pushing back against this corrupt system. So yeah,
ideally, I think
long-term investments really matter.
Ideally, I think forever too, because at least from what we've seen with the re-elections of the squad in their respective, primaries, in the safe blue seats that they have only consolidated a greater base of support than they had initially. I think what that shows is that once you show voters that these crazy radical left ideas are in fact viable, their candidates, their advocates are decent, reasonable people, not crazy fringe lunatics, then you settle on quite liking them, because in every conceivable avenue that a Democrat wants a representative to act in, I think one of our people, a progressive leftist or a socialist or a populist leftist or however you want to call them, will do better than any milquetoast, centrist, neoliberal Democratic candidate anytime. That we will always beat them.
Yeah, you're going to motivate more of the voters, and you're going to keep more of the people who normally don't care, as well as most of the people who already would have supported that party. So, I mean, again, it gets back to the point you made earlier. Do you want to win or not? And they only want to win in certain contexts. If we want to win and really change the direction of the country, this is where we have to go. So again, I want to encourage more people to run for local offices. Consider running for your city council, run for state assemblies, and run for Congress. Absolutely. get involved in these things because it's the only way we can really change the direction of the country.
Do you think we can do it? I mean, the election's bearing down on us. Do you think we can change the direction of the country?
Well, again, I think long term. Is any single election going to change the whole country? No, it's never how it works. All these things build up incrementally. We will have more than doubled the size of the squad in this election. So of the people we elected last time in 18, we will have more than double this time. Just looking at things like Jones and Bowman and their primary wins, we are going to put more people in already. And if you do that every single time, if you double the number of squad members, and in the long run, that just means we have to step up and support more of these candidates every 2 years and get them in. In the long run, you get enough in, we pass public financing for elections, no one needs to give up their coffee money anymore. But if we aren't supporting, and I do this myself, I support House candidates running all over the country that I can't vote for, but I can vote with my dollars and I can keep their voices alive. If we keep doing that, we get enough people in, and that is what changes the country.
Has running for election been fun?
Yeah. I'd have to say, yeah. I'm always curious by nature and interested in new experiences and new lessons. There are so many things that I've had to learn in the process of this that have just fascinated me. As I walked in with, I'm basically like, okay, I'm a policy wonk, but how do you be a politician? Like, how do you deal with this? And I think the only useful, I guess, advantage I had to begin with there is at least some experience in the classroom teaching, as well as like I could relate to people more because I was working class, and anyway, I didn't go to college till I was 30. But I'm relatable and can talk about the issues, but also a bit of patience. I'm a stoic, and it's hard to really kind of throw me off, I guess. So rolling with it has helped a lot, but there's no way to deny there's been a lot of things you have to learn. It's a steep learning curve. There's a lot that's involved in this, but to me, I don't know, I find all that fascinating.
Yeah, I having not had the pleasure myself, I cannot endorse or condemn the experience. I've heard from a lot of people who have thrown their hat in the politics game. It seems very stressful. But it seems like altogether you've kept a pretty cool head, and I am incredibly excited and terrified by the upcoming election. I cannot wish you enough luck in the world. Would you like to shout yourself out or shout out any links in the end? Obviously, your donation and social media links will be posted alongside the video when it's released.
Yeah, perfect. So follow on social media. I'm very active on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, all that kind of business. We regularly record videos on YouTube and whatnot, and do town halls and interviews and all kinds of things. And that stuff all gets posted too. So you'll get to see me talking about a wide range of issues if you go back through those kind of videos. But yeah, I'd really encourage people to go to the website and really to sign up to volunteer and or to donate. And links are at the top of the website there. You can phone bank or text bank from anywhere in the country. It really does not matter. We connect people all through Zoom, and it's all done through like web browsers, all the text banking and phone banking. Super easy to do. And again, give up this learned helplessness bullshit. Your $5 or $10 add up. Everybody who can throw in there is helping to change the direction of the country, because you are putting people out there who are willing to talk about these issues and push us forward.
Yes, anyone who planned on donating to me this stream, please redirect. And do consider phone and text banking if it's possible for you, because having done it myself, I know many of you have anxiety. You're on the internet, so I know you do. It is actually quite fun. It actually is. I swear to you, it actually is quite fun. And you bust out your social chops, you know?
And text is certainly easier for a lot of people than phone banking too. So if phone banking is too much, I mean, there's tons of it's pre-recorded answers in there that helps you out there, and I mean, it's not that difficult to get involved with, and you don't have to face somebody on the phone.
Yeah. Sir, I have had a phenomenal time speaking with you. The brief interruption of the center does nothing to dull my enthusiasm. I had a a lot of, I suppose, excitement before speaking to you, and I am genuinely heartened to hear that you are running in with a decent shot. I wish you all the luck in the world, and I will be following your upcoming campaign with great interest.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the time.
Okay. Have yourself a wonderful day. Thank you again. Everyone, please do donate and be as kind as you possibly can. I cannot imagine a better campaign to donate your time and interest to. All right. Be well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, that guy'd be cool. Sorry if I came off a little bit off there. I am very, very tired and distracted, but that is a very cool dude. He's much better positioned now than I expected him to be. I took a look at some of the Ballotpedia info prior to speaking with him, but with the context that he's given, man, that would be a really, really cool dude to have enter the halls of Congress. Love the positivity. Yeah, he's a really cool guy. I actually, and the reason I knew about him when does he have policy? Well, I talk more about policy, but I've heard him before. I've heard him talk before about his policy interests, and I know for a fact that he and I would agree on almost everything. It'd be like, oh, of course, this and that, like build unions and healthcare, obviously, and raise taxes on the wealthy. So rather than focus on the stuff that I know he and I are going to agree on, and I know that anyone watching me is going to agree on, I would rather focus on stuff like political instincts, strategy, long-term goals, the stuff that I do sometimes have legitimate disagreements with. And I think he's a really, really, really cool dude. Yeah. You forgot to read my donation on the Taft Hartley Act at the beginning of the stream. Sorry, sometimes the API misses donations. I really do apologize for that. Here's Steven Crowder saying some dumb shit. Whoa, Steven Crowder saying some dumb shit. What the fuck was up with the lighting? Dude, boomer political candidates are super bad with like the on-hand tech stuff. He's also a professor. Professors are contractually obligated to not know how to use Zoomer tech. Okay, wait, what is this? In case you want to know what you missed, Nico pretty much ended his own career here. What? In a week. Is there something funny? Oh, yeah.
Yeah. You're literally reading off. So
yeah, wait, that's what you asked me to do.
No, oh yeah, no, and I'm actually very happy that you decided to do that.
You literally, you begged me to do this.
I figured you were going to help. You're not familiar with Pamela Henderson?
I can't listen to this clown. Holy shit, this guy is so fucking stupid. Nico says you don't understand that your girlfriend analogy isn't an analogy. What? He's too stupid to understand language. He doesn't understand. It's fine. We don't need to continue. In retrospect, that was kind of funny. Maybe it should have kept going. I don't know. Is the debate going to be a segment or is it not? Why? Why would I make that a segment? What would the point be? Who benefits from that? Why would that be a segment? I'm not Destiny. I won't just put like anything out there, you know? I need to I need to I need to think there's a reason to put it out there. What is this? The way I see it, the age of consent exists out of respect for the numerous power imbalances older people have over younger people. As those imbalances, some of them are redressed through the advent of socialism, the age of consent should therefore be lowered. Oh yeah, so I remember this. This is a screen cap. This is a screen cap of a Discord thing that I typed out 3 years ago in an argument where I was saying I could understand how in a socialist society the age of consent could be 16 rather than 18. Yeah. So you can hang me from the noose on that one. Especially since then I've actually argued for raising the age of consent. You gonna clarify that? No. No. It's already 16 like in tons of places all over the world. That's not like a position I'm going to fucking burn at the cross for. Age of consent should be 18. Well, actually, since then, I've argued raising the age of consent. So that's like a super outdated position. That was posted from the True Anon podcast, by the way. It's funny, nowadays, all the accusations that I'm like a pedophile come from the left now. From the left, from communities I don't even have anything to do with, by the way. Imagine going back 3 years ago to a Discord screenshot 2 years before I even had a public platform. In a conversation where I said I can understand it being 16, and using that as an argument that I'm a pedophile. Trayon's still going at it? Yeah, it's like a one-sided feud. Yeah, I'm an adultophile. That's me. I'm a bigophile. I only like big people, like adults. Big. Anyway, yeah, it's past closing time, but we should read donations, certainly. Mad Maximus with the 5 CHS. Hi, hello to you too. Acid Zach and Pessimist, thank you both very, very, very much for the $5, comrade. Yeah, BOBs are pretty fucking blackpilling. It's true. It's fucking true. Oh, God, excuse me. Not the one. Thank you very much for the tier 2 sub. Can't believe I used to watch people like him and Jimmy Dore. Thanks for bringing me away from their inferior arguments. My pleasure, comrade. You fucking got me. Yeah, no, seriously. My pleasure. It really is. Fucking wrecked, mate, with the $5. Biden shouts at people who are too far left. Trump labels them as terrorists. BOBers are like same thing. Yeah. I like how there were BOBers who were saying because Biden one time in an interview was saying that like anarchists and rioters are bad, that was the same as Trump's legitimate efforts to try to criminalize Antifa, you know? Dialectical Jack, the tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. I'm thinking of becoming a politics streamer. However, I am a sophomore in high school. Would I be seen as too young? I mean, Mouthy Infidel is like super fucking young and he's doing his stuff. If you think you know your chops, go for it. But keep in mind, you're probably going to say shit that it's going to embarrass you when you're older. Remember, everything you say online stays there forever. Gosh, age of consent in Brazil? I don't know. The very often countries that have really low ages of consent are all like all the districts in that country have higher ages of consent. You know? The age of consent is in Brazil is 14. With close-aged exceptions. The age at which there is no restriction on sexual activity is 18. Wait, if the age of consent is 14, but the age at which there are no restrictions for sexual activities is 18. Wait, what can you do between 14 and 18 that's not restricted? I don't know. Go to high school? Yeah. Blake, thanks to the $5 for telling me that I can't. Yeah, you can't do anal. Yeah, here's a tip for telling the guy you can come back on. Thank you, comrade. Random Trend with $5. Maybe we should have a mod for these. VDS is no joke. I don't like moderators. Also, it kind of makes me look like a fucking pussy. Anytime, you know, somebody wants to come on to share their dumb fuck opinions of the world, I need somebody else there to moderate them. No. What was your problem with the Trayon and Chapo people? How'd this all start? They started just randomly, like, shit-talking me on Twitter. I don't know. I do think they have an issue, though, the Trayon and Chapo people, in that they're, like, smug Brooklynite hipster cunts who are more interested in, like, smarmily commenting on the end of the world, and they are actually fixing things. That that Bernie losing broke them, and since then they're not actually interested in like participating in the project because it involves a lot of emotional investment. They don't have it anymore. Lost Guy with a Hammock, thanks the $2. Happy to hear you enjoy the content, comrade. Markinator with the $5. Why do tankies/MLs accuse you of dismissing actual successful socialist projects in the past? Because tankies think that the USSR and like Mao's China are good examples for socialism that'll get people on board. Errorless jobs guaranteed versus UBI. I don't know. It would really depend on the implementation of those policies. TJ Gamer, yeah, you probably could argue that position better than that guy. That guy was fucking crazy. Markinator with the $5. I just wish you would respond to Hakeem. Not just his response to you, but also his videos, US What Is to Be Done, and Left Anti-Communism and Infantile Disorder. I don't want to give that guy like too much attention for his dumb ideas. But yeah, I'll be responding to the one that's about me for sure. Do I like Big Chungus? I don't know how Big Chungus is still a thing. I don't know how we're still memeing and creaming in that direction, to be perfectly honest. I don't know where we are. I don't know what we're doing. Matthew Banks and Nuberific, thank you both very, very, very much for the $5. If you want to trigger Tulsi fans, bring up Bernie as a better voting record on foreign policy. Yeah, maybe. Just watch the debate. I'm now convinced the left is going to lose, man. Yeah, that's the feeling I get every time I talk with them, too. You got to be strong, okay? Ethan Montier and Bruswick, thank you both for the $5. I did a debate with Bastia and Bernie or Biden several months ago and Monitor debates 2 months back. Lots happened since if you want to talk. You mean talk with him or with you? Either case, I'm very, very booked up at the moment, so I can't make any promises. Why do all tankies come off as left reactionaries? Because they tend to be. There's a reason for that. The Zero with the unbelievably kind $25. I just watched the debate, and holy shit, why do so many people I used to respect become Bernie or bust and just hemorrhage brain cells? It's really fucking sad, man. Dude, I don't know. I don't fucking know. These people are crazy. I don't know. Physics Man of the Tier 1 sub. Bosh, I feel like you need to develop a tolerance for this bullshit because I can see this being the debate tactic a lot of people use on you. What, not debating? I mean, that is an effective debate tactic. It's playing pigeon with a, or sorry, playing chess with a pigeon. You know? I can't debate anybody who talks that way. It's impossible. Hakeem's biggest mistake was he had a section accusing you of advocating for electoral politics, then put an asterisk on screen and wrote focusing only on electoral politics was obviously not your position. Well, you wouldn't know from asking them. Vontex the $5. Trump rumored to sometimes do coke and daily snort the old British version of Sudafed. Old pic shows a whole drawer of it in his office in Trump Tower. Yeah, I mean, I pretty much assume any president and any New York businessman is going to be, you know, doing coke. So that makes sense to me. Would you make ceasefire with the Chapo Trianon people? Considering they just started randomly shit-talking me, I don't think I have much of a say in it. But I don't really care. Oh yeah, maybe Nico wasn't Bernie or bust. He was Tulsi or bust. Oof. Dumb Bunny with a very kind $10. How do we normalize attacking Trump and the left? We can't. There are most, or not most, I'm sorry. A lot of online lefties legitimately think that being leftist just means shitting on libs, and to shit on conservatives is lib shit. Like, they're completely brain broken. They're never going to move over. They're never going to move over on that, you know? High Progressive with the incredibly kind $20. B.O.B. is deluded in thinking Bernie did great in the primary, if not for the media/DNC. I think that's where they got the idea that more Trump will be better for us. Yeah, I think they really do think that. Like, Bernie would have won if it weren't for the DNC, like, cheating, and that maybe if the DNC gets punished with another Trump term, they won't cheat next time or something. Like, it's so funny. Oh, God. Okay, I got to run through these a little bit faster. Michael Milnar, the €5. Talk about the murdered fascists. A civil war is now possible. I feel the right will beat us. Yeah, if there's a civil war, the right, of course, will beat us. I did talk about it, but some dipshits in chat kept linking fucking spam videos, so now we're not going to be able to make that a segment. Somniostatic and Fart Inspector, thank you both very much for the $5. Very much appreciated, comrade. Jokes on President Trump. Were you joking when you said that left stuff was bad? Yes, I was joking, Somniostatic. I was arguing that most of the arguments that people use against voting for Biden would also apply to Sanders. Dem Yelinator with a very kind tier 1 sub. How do you think about getting Republicans that would never vote Democrat to vote leftist? Try to replace the R with L so we can get rid of first past the post voting, still lead to a D-win. I don't think there's anything you can do to get most Republicans over. Most Republicans are like super hard consolidated behind Trump. R. Krauser with a very kind $10. I accept Biden as harm reduction and helpful locally here in Texas, but I disagree. He makes leftism more likely in Americans. I believe he will lead to and capitulate to a Republican Congress. I mean, I just disagree. It's possible that there will be a Republican Congress, and it's possible he will capitulate to it, but I don't think that his election will make that any more likely than an additional Trump election in that respect. But, yeah. Jodo with the $10. Do you think BLM with all groups should have a vetting system with a BLM license of sorts? No. That's a very bad thing. Apart from the chance of government like catching wind of that registry, it would also mean that if anyone does something bad while having such a registration, that it would be incredibly easy to pin that on the like entirety of the thing. Also, it makes it less populist. Like the BLM should be something everyone can feel they should participate in, and not something that's gate kept off by like a, key card. Justin Daisy and Spooky Skeleton, thank you both very, very much for the $5. I appreciate that. Do you think the cops let that guy die in order to push a martyr narrative? I don't know. Cops are pretty incompetent. Your favorite Austin protester is a medic who now thinks these Trumpers has experience dealing with bullet wounds. Holy shit, Justin. Well, fuck yeah, you're doing the good work then. The medic's the best job, right? And Matt with your 1 sub, Cops smell bad. True, Darwinian Realism, the 2 sub. Thank you very, very much, comrade. Yes. They are indeed deranged. Swift with the 10 Australian. Would you debate the claim that harm reduction versus BOB is a distraction/unimportant issue for the American left? No, not at all. American leftists who think the country is better off under Trump, or who think that their principled voting positions are worth more than voting for somebody who will make the country better, are not useful to the left. Holy shit, Nico is still going off. Holy fuck. Now he's posting the I Hypocrite clips. Dude. Oh, God. Justin Daisy with the additional $5. The cops always do this. I live with the trauma that a more combat medic was there. Could have helped with the cops pushed away. Yeah. I mean, the cops want people dead, right? Or at least the cops don't care if they die. Wouldn't take it too personal, but I understand. Derek with the $5. Nico just said, man, I've been in 3 debates where the person I debated rage quit. Maybe he just doesn't understand the problem is him. Daniel Lannister with the $5. That dude and people like him are literally the reason pips like me or drown the anti-SJW and alt-right pipeline. Fuck these dipshit babies. You misspelled every word in that donation, but I was able to read it anyway because I'm a fucking king. Mikhail Monar. I'm sure the Tim Pool video would indicate that, yeah. There's nothing that a person could do to justify being killed that wouldn't lead to Republicans defending them if they were Republican. Alahos, the very kind tier 3 sub. Surveillance state rationale is bullshit. We have more cameras than ever, but things are blurrier than ever. What do you mean surveillance state rationale? I'm not saying that makes it good or anything. We just have like video footage of all the shit that happens these days. Toxicorum with 1312. Chat has really turned to a wretched cesspit, hasn't it? Yeah, unfortunately. It's better now, but that's probably because a lot of people came here angry following the debate with Nico. I don't know if they were fans of his or whatever. Michelle Monar with the €5. Vosh, you're doing the same thing Destiny did. A pepper spray isn't lethal force or shows lethal intent. It was murder. I literally came to the conclusion. Why do people... There were people who were donating during the segment on the guy who died who were like, no, dude, this is the wrong rationale. Like, okay, the conclusion at the end of it was, I think it probably was murder, yeah. There are circumstances that could lead me to believe that is not the case, but that is my impression. David I with a very kind $10. What's the legitimacy of militias operating as security for private property while employing minors? Second Amendment has some specific language with regards to militias that may disqualify open carry. Dude, I don't fucking know. What am I, a constitutional lawyer? I don't know. When I'm talking about stuff like this, I'm usually trying to focus on moral arguments rather than legal arguments. That said, law is essentially meant to be inscribed morality. That's what law is, you know. So there is often a synchronicity here, but not always. When it comes to self-defense, for example, Our positions on whether or not self-defense are legitimate tend to be very much shaped by the country we're born into. Americans will almost always believe in like a stand your ground thing, you know, like if you have a gun and somebody tries to kill you, you should be able to kill them. But if you ask Europeans, they'll often tell you that you should fucking hightail it and run and kill only if you have an absolute 100% certain understanding that you are about to die. It just goes a lot of ways. Hell yeah, hyena. Quesadillas. What am I looking at right now? I have no idea. Am I BreadTube or not? I don't really act anything like any other BreadTuber, and I don't produce content like any other BreadTuber. I don't really think I'm BreadTube. I would much rather be associated with like the Sam Cedar. I'm on the BreadTube Rational Wiki page. Yeah. Lord Viren, the $5. True. I don't know what I'm doing with a very content $10. As a veteran, I feel disdained by leftists. You think I'm paranoid thanks to the content friend? Nah. There are definitely a lot of lefties who just hate veterans. I tend not to, and I discourage that behavior generally. Oh god, there are still so many. Critical Discourse and War Ender with a very kind $5 respectively. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. I have not seen that Toonami segment on racism, and I do think there are instances where being maced can warrant violent response to result. Vinny, Virgo, and Polynova, thank you both so much for the respective Tier 2 subs. I really appreciate those, comrades. Seriously, that is really, really kind of you. Constantine GB Strangelove with the incredibly kind 20 euros. So this is America now. YouTube will be a series of reaction videos shouting about whether or not it was justified when civilians kill each other on the streets. It's heartbreaking, sending love. Yep, that is pretty much what America is now. I'd say that's pretty much the distilled form of America. Oh, I do have a full-on Rational Wiki page now. How nice. Bosch's YouTube channel is over 41 million views and 207,000 subscribers. Oh, damn, this was updated, like, within the past week. Thoughts on Rational Wiki? I mean, it's biased, but you can check the sources they have linked there. That's always useful. All right. Atomized Asteroid, I'll take a look at it. Monarcho Posad with a very kind $5. There you go. I pronounced it correctly, you piece of shit. Rooster with the $5. Yeah, I agree. We didn't even get to talk with that fucking guy at the beginning. Dan Campbell with the incredibly kind $20. What is this? Because if you think that Biden isn't the lesser of two evils, you've already demonstrated you're a fucking idiot. Paraphrased. Vosh, that's uncalled for. It's not an argument. It's beneath you. No, Dan Campbell, I'm really sorry. If you want to argue that a Trump presidency is better for socialism, we can have that argument. But if we're talking about which one of them represents more harm to the people in this country, it's absolutely Trump, yeah. I feel like people who make this argument don't even know what Trump has done. They don't even know all the shit that he's done. The way he re-upped bids for private prison contracts, the tax cuts, all the empty seat appointments, the damage he's done to America's international reputation, the removing healthcare rights from trans people, the attempting to keep gay people from adopting, the fucking concentration camps that he keeps not just at the border empty, but full at the border. His response to fucking COVID-19, the Muslim ban, everything he's done to the EPA, the destruction he's done to the courts, the Supreme Court appointments, yeah. No, it's not even close. If you want to make an argument that socialism prevails under fascism or whatever, then that's also dumb, but it's an argument. But yeah, no. Chad Dwarf, thanks the tier 1 sub. Happy to see you've got your name back. JPH Productions with the incredibly kind $20. If every major business was co-opt, wouldn't that mean everything would be more expensive since the company needs to make more money to pay the worker more and still be able to turn a profit? Nah, because you're pulling money away from the shareholders who otherwise have the huge portion of the wealth. You don't need to give more to the employees. They're just getting what would otherwise be stolen from them and given to the shareholders. Like, go for example, Winco is popular in the Northwest, and it's a worker co-op. And it's a worker co-op, but it's also super fucking cheap. You know, yeah. In some cases, prices may go down. You know, and it doesn't end. Actually, Robin and Big Dick Energy, respectively, with the $5. Thank you very, very, very much, comrade. Do you think it might be time to take the focus outside the online left and try to engage more with leftist organizations that do actual leftist organizing? Well, I'm on the online. I have an online platform, so I have to focus on online issues. There's no denying that. It's not a worker co-op. Wait, isn't Winco a worker co-op? If it's not a worker co-op, that doesn't destroy my argument, but I didn't know Nico was an organizer. Yeah, dude, if you want to go out there and work with real-life organizers, that's like Nico, you know? Oof. Yeah, Winco is proud to be employee-owned. Each employee owner becomes a participant in the program after working at least 500 hours, reaching 19 years of age, accumulating 1,000 hours each fiscal year. So you have to continue to work up to a threshold in order to continue to be eligible. It's not perfect, but it's something. I've talked with Winco employees. It's, you know, they seem fine enough. Olive33 with a very kind $7. Today's my 21st, so I'm giving you money. Wow, that's how that works, huh? Happy 21st birthday, Olive33. Fuck yeah, comrade. Absolutely. Hope it's a good one. Cable Guy with a very kind $5. True, and thank you. I appreciate that. Cola Dick and Far Eastern Myth, thank you both very, very, very much for the tier 1 subs. First thing I saw of Nico House was him brazenly lying about Anna Kasparian from TYT's position on an issue. He did it to announce himself more progressive. Yeah, I mean, he lied to me, so it makes sense. Co-star with the $5. Do you think the biggest rift in the left is between those who think the current society can be salvaged and those who think current society must be destroyed? I know this sounds really reductive, but I really just think the biggest rift in the left is between idiots and non-idiots. I really do think that's it. It's between people who would rather be super fucking sardonic as everything falls apart than actually, like, get their hands dirty and work in it. I really do think that's it. Like, there are people who should have... Like, here's a good example, by the way. Michael Tracy, the Weasley little piece of shit who I had on my stream who couldn't defend a single position they held and would constantly fucking go around in circles. People on the like, the burn your bust, like, dipshit left, like Michael Tracy. Even though Michael Tracy is A, like, not even a fucking socialist, and B, worthless pseudo-journalist, but they'll still simp for him because he, like, is anti-woke. So he's not even a socialist, you know? Jimmy Dore's not even a socialist. But they'll still align with these groups of people because they have a... Didn't you say you had a better convo with him than expected? Yeah, I was being snide there. What I meant was he did a better job demonstrating his stupidity and dishonesty than I expected him to. What I was saying was I expected him to hold it together better. So it was better for me. Yeah, not like better as in... But he literally, the entire convo was him just being wrong or not understanding. Vosh, Jimmy Dore is a socialist. Is that true? I'm pretty sure he's not.
So here's what they do. So when people don't have the money, they cut back on stuff, right? So if you have to spend more than 30% of your... If you're cost burdened, people start to have to... You have to cut costs other places. And it depends on household types. Families with kids, they cut back pretty severely on food.
Nah, because who needs that? That's no biggie.
That was said by Jennifer Molinsky, a senior research associate at the center. Older adults cut back a lot on health care.
Well, once again, no big deal, especially as you get older. It's, you know.
It's not saying you want health care and food for poor people isn't socialism.
Richest country in the world. Our kids don't have food and are a fucked up system. That's a broken system. Our capitalistic system right now, as it's working in America, is exactly what Karl Marx said was going to happen. It's freaking predatory, exploitive, and it eats itself. Magazine, every radio show, 6 companies. So this is the system we're in right now. The system that...
Yeah, this is exactly what I mean. This is from Jimmy Dore. This is not an advocacy. This is not an advocacy for socialism. This is a social democrat saying capitalism isn't working the way it should. The poor should get health care and stuff. There are social democrats in Sweden. This is not. This is yeah. That's a little more socialist. Saying Marx criticized capitalism and some of what he said has come true is not the same thing as being a socialist. We need to be careful with our language on this one, okay? Yeah, he's looking to repair capitalism. Like, that's the thing. Jimmy Dore doesn't advocate for socialism. He's looking for a better capitalism here. Doesn't advocate for the abolition of the means of production, or sorry, the abolition of the commodity form or the seizure of the means of production. We kind of are too. No, I'm really not looking for a better capitalism. I'm looking for a better capitalism in stepping stones towards something more than that. Like in the meantime, like in the same way that if I lived in a feudal society, I would probably also say like, hey, maybe you shouldn't be able to rape your wife, and I'd be making like a better feudalism, but I wouldn't be stopping at the better feudalism. Anyway, the chat here is full of people who I guarantee would call me like a liberal, you know? And all these tankies in the YouTube chat, the fire rises, moving with the revolution, Jimmy armed the poor door, just like hearing a person talk about how the Democrats are bad. I can't, oh God. I'm going to retire fucking young. You people have certainly given me enough money that I could. Speaking of, Dre B with the incredibly kind tier 4 sub. Your chat is cringe to me unless I have a fucking tier. Flex on them with your yellow name, comrade. Let them know they are trash and peasants. Very good. Wintimica 3L with the $5. Check your DMs, comrade. I'm hurt you turned me down to discuss BOB and then go on discussing it with Nico House. I'm ready to go right now. Bring me on. Well, now the stream's over, comrade, but if you really want, we can do it tomorrow, and maybe tomorrow can be the one Bernie or bust conversation I have that's a good one, or it'll end like every other Bernie or bust conversation, which is to say in flames. Posadas John with a very kind $2. The guy definitely came in with a bad faith. The only thing I think you did wrong was doing the JoJo thing where you try to predict what he was going to say. Yeah, I was just, the problem is I was right. But like, is it bad of me to do? Probably, but I was right, you know? Maybe Canada Rocker, yeah. Thank you, comrade. Napsterbot with a very kind $10. I've been enjoying your content for a while now, but I think you ought to expend some empathy to Bernie or Busters feeling betrayed by the DNC if you want to convert them. No. No. People who are okay with Trump winning, which would hurt an unfathomable number of people in this country because they're hurt that their feelings didn't get taken seriously because Bernie lost the primaries. No. Oh, I want white Nervosa. Why aren't you blue or yellow or whatever? Yeah, it's been like 6 months now. Yeah. I'm sorry. Look, I mean, if people have arguments they want to discuss, I'm sympathetic. But you'll notice that in every Bernie or bust debate, I always open in good faith, and they always end up being a piece of shit. Every time this happens. Every single time. Like, I always open, I try to be calm, I try to hear their arguments, and then inevitably, you know, I push back on something or ask them to clarify a position, and they get super fucking rude with me. And it always goes that way. Every time. Every single time. Charlemagne, thanks to $5. I completely agree. And yeah, Jay Wong, no, yeah, Liam is a very, very cool dude. TJ Gamer with the $5. Thank you, comrade. I'm hesitant, considering running for local office, but I'm hesitant because I lived in rural Illinois. Well, Liam says go for it. Never look at single polls, Adric. Agro Agre with a very kind $10. Disaffected Hassan found him 2 months ago, but I felt like he needed better rhetoric. Found your take on him and Destiny, been following you ever since. Thank you, comrade. I really appreciate that. That's very, very kind of you. John Barlick with $2. Hey, that was a good interview. I've actually been watching more Hassan lately. Oscar C with the 666 Hail Satan. Fucking true. Kill Your Nihilism with a very kind $10. Hey, Vosh, I need to know, on a scale of horizontal to 22, how often is the viscosity of your poop? I appreciate you giving me $10 for that one. It's very kind of you. I wouldn't have given somebody $10 to type that out, but you did, and that was very kind of you. Red Star Undead with the incredibly kind 50 pounds, my dude. Holy shit. Today is my 18th birthday. I went through a dark time of nationalism and hatred until discovering you a year ago, and then rest of BreadTube. Since then, I've gone full socialist, so thank you so much for everything, truly. That is fucking amazing, comrade. Thank you. I can't tell you how happy it makes me to hear that I was able to help in pulling you out of there. The work was really on you, but, you know, I'm happy to have been a part of the process. Hell yeah. And happy birthday. You are an adult now, and you are a based as shit socialist, and you're cool, and you're PogChamp. And I hope things work out for you. Thank you. Prince Olibutt with $5. Drew Shadowvosh. Oh, yeah. I saw you. Guys, I took a look at the rest of the art from this artist, the one who did this art right here. And their art is fantastic. It's like actually really fucking good. Like extremely good. But they only have like 300 followers. It's a crime. If you're interested in any art commissions, I personally recommend this person. I'd show their art, but a lot of it is porn. So, not showing. And I don't know, no. Yeah. David Henley with a very kind $10. Opinion question. Someone I follow on Twitter posts cute art, but also goes on rambling 10 posts of right-wing vitriol. Should I even try to engage with them? Thanks for all the awesome content. Yeah, you can enjoy the art, and when they post dumb shit, you can, you can respond. And guys, if you want the link, it's on my Twitter because I retweeted. You can respond and criticize. In fact, I think you should, because that can move them over a little, Brendan Kiernan with a very kind $10. Do you think recent events are going to be used as recruiting tools for far-right militant groups like Atomwaffen? How much of a threat do they pose compared to, say, Patriot Prayer or Proud Boys? Patriot Prayer and Proud Boys aren't nearly as much a threat of Atomwaffen. The Atomwaffen are a legit terrorist group. And yes, they absolutely will be using this for recruitment. ND Pagando, thank you very much for the tier 1 sub. True, Vaush derangement syndrome is better because they've never heard Vosh. Rivera Life with the $10. Sorry about Nico, lol. In the name of reciprocity, you can pass any debate you don't want to debate onto me, and I'll take one on the chin for you. I'll keep that in mind, comrade, and your apology is much appreciated. Dark Samus, the $5. Dark Samus, stop engaging with conservatives on Twitter. It's not worth your time. Okay? Imperial General, don't worry. Folks like Nico want to make me want to jump off a bridge as well, but do keep in mind that if you do that, they win. DeGero with the incredibly kind $20. You should make Nico and socialism MMA segments to show people that big BOB advocates aren't rational, showing them that BOB isn't enough, kind of like why we ride with Biden. If maybe I could do like a supercut of that too, like where I'd show or like talk about it, or I don't know. Maybe I'll think about it. Brinston Fader with the $5. Thank you, comrade. You often rail against Kyle K and Jimmy Dore, but they bring many people over to the left. I don't think Jimmy Dore brings people over to anything even remotely resembling what I would consider the left. Kyle Kalinske, I have praised quite a bit. Kyle Kalinske has brought a ton of people over to the left. I just criticized him mostly on the Bernie or Bust things and some of his weird anti-woke takes. But for the most part, he's done a phenomenal amount of good. Yeah, he found the Justice Dems. Yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, Jay Wong, call them the boobers. Or the bobbers, yes, the Bernier Busters. Very true. Luf Quinoa with the tier 2 sub. This worth a tier 1 sub? I don't know. What is this? Kanye West sues Ohio election head to get a November ballot. What? Wait, what? He's still going for it? Didn't he drop out? What? Damn, dude, he's still going for it. Olive33 with a gifted tier 1 sub. Thank you, comrade. Nerd Germ with $2. Play Origami King, you coward. Maybe. Duke of Bread with $3. Grifter Left hates you because you exposed them. I would love to think that highly of myself. Tree of Truth with the $5. When people say you act in bad faith, I just don't see it. That's the truth. There are a lot of criticisms you can levy at me, probably the most of which is that I double down hard on bad positions before eventually walking them back. But for people to say I act in bad faith, I just don't think that's true. I put a lot of thought and effort into trying to present my opinions in good faith. Angry Fruit with $2. I got Twitter and posted that art I made you. Wait, can you email? Wait, you didn't link it. Why wouldn't you link it here? What the fuck? If I look up Angry Fruit on Twitter and you're not... Latest. Here we go. Found you. Look. Babies. The real ACAB. Babies. Look, it's my Geki. Everyone's included. 2D babies. Very true. Very true. Duke of Bread with the $5. Just listen to your Nico debate. Lowell have disliked him for a long time. He's a Jimmy Dore grifter. Appreciate the work you do. Keep it up. Monarcho Posad with the $5. If you pronounce it wrong again, you're a radlib. Monarcho Posad. I think I did it. Mjolnir with the €5. If it was murder, we need to condemn it hard because we risk a civil war. A lot of leftists defended the murder even when they admitted it was murder. I don't know without more information. I can't come down hard on that based on the video and audio evidence that I've been provided. So, yeah, I don't know. But yeah, Jimmy Dore is like a massive threat to the left. Because there were so many people who think they're leftists and they're fucking not. Yeah, Hyena, we're done. Disaster Nick with a very kind $10. Glad you interviewed that congressional candidate. That first debate made me want to take a break from politics before I collapse into a coma. Yep. Oh, yeah, and by the way, guess what we get to look forward to for the next month? People on Twitter talking about me being a racist colonizer against a proud black guy who came on to reveal my liberalism, but who wasn't allowed to speak because I interrupted him. Yeah, that's what we get for the next month. Red Cascadian with the $5. Babies. Babies. Look how tired they are. Ooh, sleepy. Sleepy. Not sleepy. Awake. Sleepy again. Drawer. Like Jake from Adventure Time. Oh, so fat. Sleepy friends. Friendly sleepy. What a big cat. Maybe you're just tiny. So many baby pics. Sleep. Baby. Fucking baby. I feel that your Lefties arc is more frustrating than the Destiny one. My whole channel is a Lefty arc. Jakey Fakey with the $5. Love you, Vosh. Here's a funny. Bloomberg that screams when it bumps into stuff. Consumer Market Fest.
You barely notice it after a while, huh? Like, ignore it, you know, kind of like, you know, how a Roomba cleans your house.
That's enough of that. That's enough of that. All right. All right. Folks, today's stream has been exhausting, and I hate all of you. Remember that from now on, permabans for anyone who links troll links. I love you all very much. Now go out there on Twitter and defend my honor. Okay, be well. Love you all very much. Dreb, I'm afraid I didn't see your video. Email me and I can refund you. All right, be well, comrades.